I've been involved in the debates, the global debates over globalization now for a decade and a half. An important and interesting question is how those debates have changed in that span of time. At the beginning of the 90s, there was enormous support for globalization, a belief that everybody, both in the developed and less developed countries, would benefit, the poorest would benefit, and the richest would benefit. Since then, globalization has united the world, but against it. In fact, one of the most important global movements has been the global movement against globalization, a global civil society movement involving hundreds of thousands of people all over the world. The question of those who believe that globalization would work is why has globalization generated such antipathy from both the developed and the less developed countries when both were supposed to benefit? Some people think that's a problem of psychiatry. The problem is that people are better off, but they just don't know it. And you then have to send a psychiatrist to make them realize that they're happier. But in fact, as we did economic studies at the World Bank and elsewhere, after the end of the last round of trade negotiations, the Uruguay round that was completed in 1994, we realized that many of the poorest countries of the world were actually made worse off. It wasn't just that they got a smaller share of the gains. Everybody expected the United States and Europe to get the largest share of the gains. But what actually happened is that the poorest countries in the world were worse off. And that was because of the asymmetric way in which globalization had proceeded. The advanced industrial countries demanded that the poorest countries open up their markets, eliminate their subsidies, but the advanced industrial countries did not fully reciprocate. In particular, in the area which is of most important to developing countries, agriculture, where 70% of the people live directly or indirectly off of agriculture. Europe, the United States, Japan kept their enormous subsidies, kept their markets closed, and the result of this was to lower the income of the poorest people in the world. The question then is, where is the globalization debate going today? We actually do know that the way it has been managed in the past has left the poorest worse off. And I think that constitutes the biggest change in the debate over globalization. We now realize that not everybody will automatically benefit, that globalization is a powerful force. It can lift the well-being, improve the living standards of those in both the advanced developed industrial countries and the poorest countries. But it hasn't been doing that. And so the challenge today is to make globalization work. How do we make it work? Well, to understand that, we have to understand some of the reasons and some of the ways in which globalization has not lived up to its promise. Well, if I were asked, what are the major failures of globalization? What are the major ways in which it has not lived up to its promise? There is actually a long list. One could begin, as I say, by talking about where it has not lived up to its promise. It was supposed to bring increased living standards everywhere in the world. In fact, some of the poorest people in the poorest countries have been made worse off. At one time, advocates of globalization believed that economic integration, financial market integration, would lead to greater stability, greater global economic stability. The IMF almost forced many of the countries of the world to take away their restrictions on short-term capital flows, opening up markets to destabilizing capital flows, arguing that it would lead to greater global economic stability. Well, they were wrong. And the global markets, global economy, has experienced enormous instability in recent years. And part of the reason is that the policies like capital market liberalization have been pushed too far and in ways without the appropriate safeguards that have actually contributed to instability. So this is an example where the promise was greater stability, the consequences have been greater instability. The same thing, as I said before, was true about trade liberalization. It was supposed to promote the well-being of all the countries, but in fact, the poorest countries of the world have been left less well off. Now, globalization has many dimensions, and not just economics. Economic globalization is the part that we often focus on, and economic globalization has resulted in enormous benefits to a few countries in the world, to China, to India, which have experienced enormous economic growth. China has been growing for the last 30 years at over 9.5% a year. India has been growing for the last quarter century at over 5% of the year, and this year it's expected to grow at close to 8%. And though that growth has largely been based on globalization, on exports, but what these countries have done has been they've learned how to manage globalization for their own benefit. For instance, they did not open up their capital markets to destabilizing capital flows. And yet, they were able to get large amounts of foreign direct investment. China has been the largest recipient of foreign direct investment of any of the developing countries. So they were very careful in the way they managed globalization, so they were able to take advantage of the benefits without paying the cost. The region of the world which most succumbed to the dictates of globalization as it was managed by the Washington international institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, was Latin America. There was a set of policies called the Washington Consensus Policies that involved minimizing the role of government, privatization, liberalization, focusing on inflation, not worrying about growth, not worrying about unemployment. And in fact, the result of this has been that the growth has been very disappointing. Growth in the 90s, the first decade of the Washington Consensus Policies in Latin America, was just over half of what it had been in earlier decades of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Poverty has remained at a high level. In contrast to China, where they manage globalization correctly, and poverty has been reduced by hundreds of millions of people. Probably in history, there's been no period in which so many people have been moved out of poverty so rapidly. More than 300 million people in the span of 20 years. More people that live in the United States have moved out of poverty in that short span of time. So Latin America, in some sense, represents the failure of globalization when it's not well managed. East Asia represents the success of globalization when it is well managed. So first, China and the other East Asian countries took a very comprehensive approach to development. Secondly, they were a very balanced approach, making sure that jobs got created as jobs got destroyed, and understanding the many dimensions to these strategies. The third thing they did was they were very picky about what aspects of globalization were important and how to sequence it. So for instance, China opened up itself for foreign direct investment, but did not open itself up to short-term speculative capital flows because they said, we're not ready for it. Those flows are destabilizing. And they were right. So they got the foreign direct investment, which helped their economy grow, but they didn't have to pay the price of the destabilizing short-term capital flows. So they managed international globalization in a way to shape it for their own advantage. But as I said, there's more to globalization than just economic globalization. Globalization involves the movement as well of ideas, knowledge across borders, ideas about democracy, human rights. Those have spread around the world. Knowledge about how to extend life expectancy, greater improved health, has also led to an increase in life expectancy in both advanced industrial countries and the developing world. The sad point is that too often economic globalization has interfered with the benefits of the kinds of globalization, of these other benefits. For instance, one of the things that happened in the last round of the trade negotiations was that there was strengthening intellectual property. Intellectual property are patents, copyrights, important to provide incentives for innovators, writers, creative people, to engage in their creative activity. Everybody recognizes the importance of intellectual property. But one has to get a balanced intellectual property regime that recognizes the rights, the benefits, and the costs. The rights and benefits to users, to researchers, the cost that can result from monopoly that is often associated with excessively strong intellectual property rights. One of the consequences of the intellectual property provision of the Uruguay round, which is called TRIPS, was that it made it more difficult for those in developing countries to have access to generic medicines. And the result of that was that the price of medicines rose enormously. In effect, when they signed the agreement on the Uruguay round in Marrakesh in 1994, they were signing the death warrants for hundreds of thousands of people in sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the developing countries. Because at the higher prices that resulted from those provisions, the fact that generic medicines would not be available, most of the people in those countries would not be able to afford life-saving medicines, for instance, for AIDS. Just to give you a picture of the magnitude of what we're talking about, a year's worth of prescriptions for AIDS medicines in the United States costs around $10,000. It costs under $300 to produce these medicines. Generic producers can make them available for under $300. And yet, under the intellectual property provisions, where producers in South Africa and Brazil could not make them available at these costs. At $10,000, people living on $500 a year cannot afford those prices. That's an example of where globalization has failed. It has put economic values, the profits of multinational pharmaceutical companies, above the interest of the other values, including the value of life itself. And that's just one example of values which have been given short shrift in the globalization debate. The environment has often been destroyed. I believe that if we make globalization work in the right way, we can actually make it a force for preserving the environment. But the way it's often been managed in the past, it has led to the destruction of the environment. So these are some of the examples, some of the ways, some of the reasons that there is discontent, such discontent with globalization. Yes, it has the power to produce enormous benefits, to raise living standards, to provide medicines, but too often it has not lived up to those promises. It's not produced growth, it's not produced stability, it's not reduced poverty in many countries of the world, and it has put in jeopardy other values that are of enormous consequence. Now that leads to the natural question, why has globalization failed? It has enormous potential benefit, but so often has not lived up to that potential. And in my mind, there is a single reason, and that is that economic globalization has outpaced political globalization. Globalization means the closer integration of the countries of the world. There's been a lowering of transportation costs, of communication costs, elimination of many of the man-made barriers to movements of goods and services, capital, even labor in some cases across boundaries. But that closer integration means that we're more interdependent. When we're more interdependent, we need to act together. We need to act cooperatively. 150 years ago, a similar process was in play. The formation of the nation state. Transportation costs were coming down, communication costs were coming down, and national units were being created. But then we had the nation state that could regulate, that could make nation building work, to make sure that these enormous economic forces work to the benefit of all the citizens of the country. Today, we don't have that kind of overarching political process. We have, in a way, forms of political interaction that are very flawed. And the result of this is that there is a democratic deficit at the global level. And that means the decisions that are made at the global level do not reflect the interest, the well-being of all the citizens of the world. Too often this democratic deficit results in the interest, well-being of corporations, special interests, dominating over those of ordinary citizens all over the world. In fact, it's not just a matter of the developing countries versus the developed countries. Quite often the citizens of the developed countries suffer as well. It is really a question of special interest and corporate interest against the well-being of citizens all over the world. I mentioned, for instance, before the importance of agricultural subsidies and the way that they depressed prices. The farmers all over the world, developing countries, receive. Those subsidies cost taxpayers in the developed countries enormous amounts of money, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars every year. So the citizens of these countries are paying an enormous price to benefit a very small number of corporations. In the United States, the benefits of these huge subsidies go to a relatively small fraction of the farmers. Only 2% of Americans actually work in farming, but the fraction of those who get the benefits are very small fraction of the money goes to the small farmer. Most of the money goes to huge corporate farmers. For instance, in the area of cotton, 25,000 very well-off American cotton farmers divide amongst themselves $3 to $4 billion a year. And the result of this is to depress the price of cotton, damaging the livelihood of some 10 million poor subsistence cotton farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. I should make clear that the United States is not the only guilty party in terms of agricultural subsidies. The subsidies from Europe are actually larger than those of America. Japan, all the advanced industrial countries have problems with subsidies. Europe complains that the United States has actually doubled its subsidies after the end of the Uruguay round when it promised to reduce. The United States complains that European subsidies are so much larger. Europe complains that America's subsidies are focused on producers and production. America complains that Europe subsidizes exports. They spend almost enormous amount of energies blaming each other. If they spent that same time dealing with the problem, the world would be a lot better off. Take the case of the European cow, which has got an enormous amount of notoriety. The average cow in Europe today receives a subsidy of close to $2 a day. That's a number that resonates because the World Bank defines poverty as living under $2 a day. 40% of the people in the world live on less than $2 a day. It is better to be a cow in Europe than to be an average person in the developing world. One of the reasons that NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement between the United States and Mexico, was such a failure, did not live up to the expectation, was that the poorest people in Mexico were actually made poorer because the poorest people in Mexico were the corn farmers. Eke out a bare living, producing corn, selling a little bit. The result of joining NAFTA, joining with the United States, was that American corn, highly subsidized corn, was allowed into Mexico, and the price of corn fell by 50%. Obviously, some people in the city were better off, but those who depended for their livelihood on corn, producing corn, were made much worse off, and the rural poverty, as a result, increased. "20 years ago, when the current era of globalization began, there was a certain set of doctrines, certain set of beliefs. The belief was that liberalizing trade, taking away trade barriers, would lead to more trade would lead to more growth would lead everybody to be better off, both in developed and less developed countries. Each one of those hypotheses, assumptions, has now been questioned. Trade liberalization has not led to more trade for many of the developing countries, or at least not substantially more trade. And the reason is that there are a host of other barriers. And some of these barriers are really so large that the reduction of the tariffs is insignificant. If you don't have ports, eliminating a tariff doesn't allow you to export. If you don't have the roads to bring your products to the market, eliminating tariffs doesn't allow you to export. If you don't have anything to sell, what are sometimes called supply constraints, then eliminating tariffs doesn't help. Moreover, too often the advanced industrial countries have been very clever. As they've reduced tariff barriers, they've increased non-tariff barriers. So, for instance, they have what are a whole set of restrictions called phytosanitary conditions, a big word that means restrictions that say you can't sell certain foods, certain plants, because they aren't safe. If they were really designed, if they were really, of course, if they were really doing what they were supposed to do, that wouldn't be a source of complaint. But too often they are used as little other than a protectionist device. As an example, Brazil is not allowed to sell beef to the United States because of fear of hoof and mouth disease. Now, there are large areas of Brazil that are certified free of the disease. And there is absolutely no problem there should be no problem of taking beef from that area and exporting it. You can constantly monitor, you can see whether the beef has been exposed. We have very strong safeguards, and yet the United States will not allow the export of that. If the one part of Brazil were a separate country, there'd be no problem. But you take a big country, and if there's a problem in one part, you can use that as an excuse to say nothing from the whole country can be exported. The United States tried to stop the export of avocados from Mexico, saying that there were fruit flies, very, very small fruit flies. The Mexican said, "You can't see them." He said, "That's the point. That's why they're so dangerous. They're invisible fruit flies." And then they said, "Well, you send your inspectors down to Mexico. We'll allow your inspectors to go and see if you can find them on the plant." They sent them down. They couldn't find them. And they said, "Yes, that's because they're so invisible." Finally, they proposed, "We'll only allow," the Mexicans said, "just allow us to bring them to Boston in the middle of winter." The theory was that you would have them in the cargo of a plane, you open up the cargo door, the cold New England air would freeze any invisible fruit fly, instantly killing it. No danger to the California avocado producers. Again, the United States said no. I wondered why, and then I figured out the reason. There is one day in January when Americans eat more avocados than in all the rest of Europe put together, on Super Bowl Sunday, when for 4 hours, Americans eat guacamole, the most important ingredient of which is avocado, nonstop for 4 hours as they watch this football game. So that was why it was so important to the California avocado growers. Eventually, there was talk of maybe there were invisible fruit flies in American corn, and maybe Mexico might stop allowing American corn to go in the United States into Mexico because of these fruit flies, and eventually an agreement was reached. But this illustrates how these phytosanitary conditions can be used as a trade barrier, and a very effective one at that. Billions of dollars of exports from the developing countries are kept out of the advanced industrial countries because of this. And the stories like this can be told over and over again. So in many respects, it's not a conflict between the advanced industrial countries and the developing countries. It's a conflict between corporate interests, special interests, and the well-being of people all over the world. Well, we can see this democratic deficit in a number of ways. One aspect of it is that the voting rights in these international institutions do not accord in any way with our commonly accepted principles of democracy. I know of no democracy where rich people, say like George Soros, can get billions of dollars, or Bill Gates can get billions of votes simply because they have billions of dollars. We believe in the principle of one person, one vote. And yet, in the IMF and the World Bank, voting isn't proportional to the wealth of the country. And not even the income of the country as of today. The income of the country, to a large extent, at the end of World War II, when these institutions were created, with some adjustments since then. So countries like China, which have been growing for 25, 30 years, are vastly underrepresented in the voting rights that they have. That's only one of the problems. Another problem is that those who represent the country tend to come from particular interest groups. So for instance, the IMF makes decisions that affect every aspect of society in the developing countries. They don't have a very big effect on the advanced industrial countries in the United States and France and Britain, but in the developing countries, they tend to really shape every aspect of economic policy. And yet, the people who shape those policies, the governance, the decision makers, are the finance ministers and the central bank governors. They, quite naturally, reflect the interests and perspectives of financial markets. They don't worry about jobs, they don't worry about growth, they worry about inflation. They worry about inflation because when inflation goes up, the value of bonds goes down. And so bondholders lose. And so they reflect the interest of bondholders more than of society in general. They may think of themselves as doing what is best for the country, but their mindset is very much what is best for Wall Street is best for the country. It's not actually true. And the result of that is the policies that they have pushed have not been, in general, best either for the developing countries or for the developed countries. I mentioned a few minutes ago the fact that the IMF had pushed capital market liberalization, opening up markets to the flow of hot speculative money, destabilizing countries, leading to global financial instability. Well, Wall Street made an enormous amount of money. They make money when capital flows in. They make money when capital flows out. They make money when there's restructuring, when there's a disaster. They make money whatever comes out. But the rest of the country, the rest of the developing countries, suffer. So their mindset, they focus on these policies which Wall Street thinks of as good for them and may be good for the rest of the world. But the evidence is very strongly to the contrary. So that is an example of what happens when you have special interests at the critical role in decision making. The same thing goes in the WTO, the World Trade Organization, where the important agreements defining trade occur. I talked about access to life-saving medicines. That was part of the Uruguay Round Agreement. The trade ministers do not understand intellectual property. I know that firsthand because I was inside the White House at the time that the Uruguay Round was being negotiated. Both the Office of Science and Technology Policy and the Council of Economic Advisors thought that the intellectual property provision of the Uruguay Round was bad. We thought it was bad for American science. We thought it was bad for global science. We thought it was bad for developing countries. But our views were not what won the day. It was the interest of the pharmaceutical industry and the entertainment industry, whose view was the stronger the intellectual property rights, the better. We knew that wasn't true. We knew that excessively strong intellectual property rights may not only lower welfare by reducing access to life-saving medicine, may not only lower welfare because of monopolization, but actually may result in a slower pace of innovation. Because the most important input into innovation, into research, is access to other ideas. And if you make those ideas less accessible by excessively strong intellectual property rights, you will actually slow the pace of innovation. The trade ministers didn't understand this. And the result was this intellectual property provision that was so unbalanced. Well, that's the general problem, that you have the decisions being made basically by special interest. And this contrasts very strongly with the way we make decisions within our own democracies. Again, I saw this firsthand when I was in the White House, where we were involved in making large numbers of very complicated, important decisions, and the voices of large numbers of different groups were all at the table. And we would argue, we would fight. Some voices were heard louder than others, but every voice was heard. The result, you can see the contrast in the results that emerge. For instance, at the time, one of the central pillars of the Clinton administration was increasing access to health. And we understood how high drug prices reduced access to health. So domestically, we were trying to improve access to health. And the voice of the pharmaceutical companies was heard, but only as one part of a number of other voices where the concern was, most importantly, the well-being of American citizens. But when we went internationally, those voices weren't heard. only one voice was heard, and that was the voice of the drug companies. They raised the prices and they denied reduced access to life-saving medicines. Let me consider another issue. Social Security, old age pensions. This has been one of the major advances in many of the countries of the world, the provision of insurance for elderly people so they don't live in poverty. It has been the most important anti-poverty program all over the world. It used to be that large fractions of the population over 65 lived in poverty. Today in the United States, relatively few people live in poverty, and it's because of Social Security. It has been a successful program. It is actually a very efficiently run program. The administrative costs of the U.S. Social Security program are much lower than any comparable private insurance company. It's very consumer responsive. We've done studies that looked at consumer satisfaction. How quickly do they respond to telephone inquiries? How accurately? And they are among the most highly rated of any institution, private or public, in America. The Clinton administration very strongly fought against privatization of Social Security. The Bush administration tried to engage partial privatization of Social Security. There was a Democratic debate, and the result of that Democratic debate in the United States was a vast, overwhelming opposition to privatization of Social Security. People realized that privatization of these old age pensions would increase their insecurity. They would realize that it would increase the number of people in poverty. They realized it would increase transaction costs. Wall Street would benefit because they would be administering these funds, and what is to the rest of society as a cost is an income to Wall Street. So they were obviously very much strongly supportive, but the rest of America realized the costs were enormous. It would result in huge deficits. The increase in the deficit in the United States was estimated to, in the first 10 years, to be between $1 and $2 trillion. And yet, in the developing countries, the IMF, the U.S. Treasury pushed privatization of Social Security and old age pensions. The results were disastrous. For instance, Argentina had a crisis at the beginning of this decade. Many people blamed the huge government deficit. In fact, the government deficit was only 3%, smaller than the U.S. deficit is today. But more telling, almost the entire deficit was a result of privatization of Social Security, which the IMF had pushed. So the problem in Argentina was pushed by outsiders, by the privatization of Social Security. Now, this is an example where, had there been a democratic debate within Argentina, with all the voices understood, all the voices heard, there might have been a pushback. Very high probability it would not have occurred. But that's not what occurred in Argentina and many other countries. What happened was they were given, as a condition of getting a loan, a condition of getting assistance, they were told, you have to privatize. You have to privatize Social Security, undermining democracy within these countries. So what I'm trying to illustrate is that in a wide range of issues, within our democracy, we bring various voices to the table. And as these various voices are brought to the table, we understand the pros and the cons. All public policy issues are complicated. But as we debate them, we come out with answers that are often different from the answers of the special interest groups. To give you a third example, I talked about before how financial markets, bond markets, focus on inflation. Most of workers focus much more on jobs. Obviously, if you have hyperinflation, if inflation is going up at 10, 20% a month, society, economy can't function. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about cases where inflation is moderate, and at that level of moderate inflation, do you worry also about employment? Do you also worry about growth? America's Federal Reserve, our central bank, has a mandate that looks not just at inflation, but on growth and employment. And yet, the IMF has pushed countries around the world to have central banks focus only on inflation. And the result of this, of course, is that you wind up with maybe lower inflation, but much higher unemployment. One of the consequences in Latin America, which I cited before as one of the examples of the failure of these Washington consensus policies, is that unemployment has increased over the last 15 years under the Washington consensus policies. When the market economy developed over the last 50, 100, 150, 200 years, governments and the nation states found ways of tempering it, found ways of making the market work so not just corporations, but everybody would benefit it. They imposed environmental laws because they recognized that without those environmental laws, firms had incentives to pollute. Why pay the cost of controlling your pollution if you can just spew the air pollution into the air or water pollution into this water? And the result of this was that life expectancies were adversely affected. People were worse off. In fact, in 19th century England, we have evidence that overall the degradation of the environment led to people being less healthy, shorter. It was really terrible consequences of these earlier days of the growth of the market economy. Well, since then, we've learned how to have government regulations that control the environment. We've had government regulations that protect workers, provide for worker safety. Firms on their own didn't do that. We realized also that government plays a very important role in making the market work. For a market economy to work, people have to have confidence that when they invest money in the stock market or when they invest money put their money in a bank, the bank isn't going to go bankrupt, or the stock market money isn't going to be stolen. And you need strong regulations. We've seen over and over again those kinds of abuses that happen without those regulations. Even with the enormous number of regulations that we had in the United States, in the 1990s, we had a whole raft of new forms of abuses typified by Enron, Arthur Andersen, where the accounting companies were not providing the numbers, the information that needed to make a market economy work. They were providing the information to get the CEO pay up as much as they could. And the result is that you had this enormous increase in inequality, CEO pay skyrocketing, people getting paid not just millions, but in some cases hundreds of millions of dollars. But when the company went bust, the rest of the shareholders were left in the lurch. Workers were left out without jobs. Those who had invested in their retirement accounts were left without retirement accounts. It was enormous cost to society. Without the confidence of strong regulations, people won't turn their money over and capitalism can't work. And so we've recognized that there are many roles that the government needs to play to make the market economy work. It needs to protect the environment and protect workers. It needs to regulate the economy to make sure that these abuses don't occur. There are also important needs in terms of expenditures. Airports, roads, most importantly, basic research, education, are all things that the government provides. That requires taxes. So government and markets today we realize are partners. And within our democracies, we've been exploring how to make this partnership work. But again, internationally, because of this democratic deficit, we haven't gotten the balance right. We have, to a too large extent, had the agenda set by corporations, by these special interests, for their own interest. I've given several examples. Let me give you a couple more that highlight the imbalance that has occurred between the way we run democracies at home and the way globalization has been managed internationally. I talked about the environment. One of the things that those who anti-environmentalists have consistently been pushing have been a set of provisions that would say whenever you pass a regulation, you have to compensate firms for the loss of profits. So you pass a regulation that says you can't pollute, that obviously is going to lower the profits of the company, and you have to pay the company for the loss of profits. The question is, does the company have the right to pollute? Or do you, citizens of the world, have the right to clean air? And what they were basically saying, these anti-environmentalists, is the rights of corporations predominate. They have the right to pollute, and if you take away that right, you have to compensate them. Well, of course, the Clinton administration, most people, most courts have said, that's outrageous. The right to clean air is a right of every citizen, and the corporations do not own the atmosphere. And yet, when the United States signed the North American Free Trade Agreement, it gave foreign investors more rights than American investors did. And in Mexico, American investors have more rights than Mexican investors have in Mexico. The result of this has been a provision deliberately designed to stifle environmental regulation. For instance, in a small village in Mexico, they decided to pass a regulation saying you cannot have a toxic waste dump in the middle of the city. Any city would have a regulation like that. Nobody wants to have a toxic waste in the middle of their city, polluting their water supply. And yet, under the North American Free Trade Agreement, Mexican government was forced to compensate the owner of this land because the land could not be used as a toxic waste dump. And there are actually billions of dollars of these suits right now under file. We don't know how many of them will prevail, but this was the kind of provision that was put in the North American Free Trade Agreement. If you had a vote on this, I believe that citizens in America, citizens in Mexico would have voted against it. Just as if you put up the issue, should the poorest people in Africa have access to life-saving medicines, AIDS medicines? If you put that up to a vote, they would have all said yes, or almost everybody would have said yes. They would have said the right to life is more important than the right to corporations making a little bit extra profits, especially when you see the data which shows that they aren't using any of this money, or using very little of this money to invest in the kinds of drugs that are relevant to poor developing countries, tropical diseases. They're spending far more on advertising, far more on research on lifestyle drugs like making your hair grow than they are on diseases, on malaria, or the diseases on AIDS, the forms of AIDS that appear in tropical, in Africa and developing countries. So these are all examples of showing the failure of globalization, the democratic deficit, which has pushed corporate interest over other values like the environment, over life, and over democracy itself. And that raises the question, what has globalization been doing to democracy in the developing world? President Bush has made the spread of democracy one of the major issues. Everybody talks about democracy. But what are we really doing about democracy, particularly within our globalization agenda? Unfortunately, I think that in many ways, the globalization agenda, as it's been managed, has been undermining democracy. It's been doing that in several different ways. First, in effect, it has been giving Wall Street a voice in many of the developing countries. Let me give you an example. Not very long ago, Brazil had an election. It's had a number of elections in recent years, in which, as the various parties have had a debate about this policy or that policy, Wall Street has cast its vote. They've said, if you vote for this guy, we're taking our money out. And just as a word of precaution, we're going to start taking our money out now. And so what they've told the country, if you vote for this guy that we don't like, it's over. And of course, the country fears. The result of that fear is that Wall Street's wish too often has prevailed. Now, it's not been always the case. But the point I'm making is, why should Wall Street have any voice? Why should they have such a large vote? If you open up your markets to short-term capital flows, this is what happens. Now, of course, foreign investors have the right to decide whether to go into a country or not. Foreign investors, long-term investors, those who are going to put plants and equipment, take a long-term view. And their long-term view is exactly what the country wants. They are concerned about long-term growth. But that's not what the bond traders in Wall Street are concerned about. They're not interested in the long-term growth. They're interested in the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. And the result of that is that their interests do not coincide with the long-term interest of the country. Sometimes they do, but too often they don't. So, yes, you do need to pay attention to the perspective of those who may want to come and invest, but it should be the long-term investors, not the short-term speculative capital flows. The second way in which democracy has too often been undermined is the whole variety of restraints that international agreements impose on countries. Areas where arguably they should not, there's no need to impose those constraints. For instance, in the bilateral trade agreement between Chile and the United States that was signed just a couple of years ago, the United States forced Chile to agree not only not to impose any restraints in capital flows. Chile had imposed those restraints in capital flows, and those had contributed to stabilizing that country, avoiding some of the worst inflow and outflow that had ravaged Latin America and East Asia in the late 90s, early years of this century. The United States, as part of the agreement, insisted that they not do that. But they also went so far as to say you cannot have a special tax on large cars. Large cars pollute more. They cause congestion. They have huge social and environmental costs. And it seems to me perfectly reasonable that countries should impose high taxes. But my view is not what's relevant. The real question is it should be up to the country to decide whether they want to tax large cars. But as a condition of the bilateral agreement, they're not allowed to do that. The reason was very clear. The United States exports large cars. And it wanted to make sure that its ability to export those large cars would not be inhibited by any taxes that Chile might impose. Not discriminatory against America, but just discriminating, as they should, against large gas guzzlers. These are an example of how the sovereignty of countries can be restrained by international agreements. The third way in which democracy is undermined by international institutions has to do with a concept called conditionality. When countries, developing countries, get money from the IMF, the World Bank, these institutions typically impose conditions, a wide range of conditions. You must do this, you must do that. Some of them make sense, some of them don't. But the general point is that in one way or another, they are restraining the ability of the country to do what it wants to do. Now, of course, any lender is going to say, I want to make sure that the money that I've lent you goes to the way that you promised to spend it. You promised to build a bridge, I want to make sure the bridge is built. That's reasonable conditionality. But that's not what we're talking about here. In some of the IMF loans, there'd be dozens, in some cases over 100 conditions that were imposed, many of which had nothing to do with the project involved or the particular set of problems facing the country. So in effect, the conditionality that was imposed by the IMF and World Bank and other donors takes up what we call the whole policy space. It really dictates, focuses the attention of the government. And worse, they often give a short timeline. The United States and Western Europe have been debating what to do about Social Security for years. And yet, IMF conditionality, or World Bank conditionality, you might say, you have to reform your Social Security system, your pension system within 60 days, 90 days, or 120 days, a timeline that is not consistent with the way normal democratic processes work. So, unfortunately, the way that globalization too often has worked has been to undermine democracy rather than to strengthen it. One of the particular sects of interventions, particular sects of conditionalities have to do with a whole set of restrictions on foreign investment. Understandable that one wants to protect your foreign investors, but the question is getting the right balance. The kinds of problems that we've seen have been particularly clear in the area of the oil and mineral industries, because they highlight the balance of interest between foreigners and the country involved, between the environment, current generations, and future generations. Too often, in the process of taking out valuable natural resources, taking out oil, gas, the environment and the area around gets spoiled. And so the company gets the minerals, the company gets the revenues, the country is left with the problem of dealing with the environment. So we have all kinds of guarantees to make sure that the investments are not expropriated. American government, the World Bank provide insurance for foreign investors against expropriation. But there's nothing protecting the developing countries against the international oil companies or resource companies spoiling the environment, destroying the water, spilling oil in the water. When Exxon spilled water in the Valdez up by Alaska, it caused an enormous amount of damage, billions of dollars of damage. In that case, there was a suit, we filed suit against against Exxon. Those suits cost millions and millions and millions of dollars. Alaska could afford it. The United States government could afford it. But if you are a poor developing country, your income is smaller than that of Exxon. It's an unfair balance. Even worse, quite often the mineral companies, the oil companies will say, if you sue us, we'll leave and no other investor will come. And if your choice is between your meager income, the livelihood of your people, and spoiling the environment, which is a problem for some future politician, you go ahead, spoil the environment, take the income. It's a complete imbalance of power. So what's happened over and over again is that the mineral companies, the oil companies take out the resources, they get the revenue up front, and the country is left dealing with the problems, the devastation behind. An example is Papua New Guinea, a gold mine there, a very rich gold mine, which provided for a while a substantial fraction of the government's revenue. The company made assurances that it would do only limited damage to the environment and they would take care of it. Well, a few years later on, it became apparent that the environmental damage was enormous, beyond what the company was willing to pay. So having taken out the best part of the minerals, they just left. And they left the country. They said, oh, you can keep whatever gold is left, but you have to pay the cost of cleaning up the mess that was left behind, the environmental mess that was left behind. The company has no assets in the country, so there's not, even if it wanted to sue, it can't. It would be in a difficult position to sue. So the first problem is that they cause this enormous environmental damage. But the problem is that even as they're causing this enormous environmental damage, which often has enormous health consequences, often the developing countries get a minuscule fraction of the revenues that are generated. The vast majority go to the corporation, the international corporation. We've seen this most recently in the case of Bolivia. I was down in Bolivia quite recently talking to the President Morales, talking to many people all over Bolivian society. There was a general outrage. Many of the foreign gas companies were paying 18% of the value to the Bolivian government. 82% went to the foreign oil companies. What's worse, this was true as the price of energy increased enormously. The agreement was signed when the price of energy, the price of oil was $20 a barrel. Since then, it's increased by more than threefold. That increase in the threefold increase in the price of oil and gas has all been pure profit to the oil companies. It doesn't take oil and gas companies. It doesn't cost any more to extract oil when the price is 70 or 60 than when the price is 20. So their cost of extraction is the same. And yet they keep 82% of the increase of the price when it went from 20 to 60 or 70. That was pure gravy for them. They were willing to make the investment when the price was 20. They were already doing very well at 20. All the rest of that is pure profit. So while Bolivia was getting almost nothing for these resources, a country that was desperately poor, where large fractions of the population are living below poverty, all this billions of dollars were pouring out of the country to the foreign oil companies. And all that Bolivia said is, we want a fair deal. And they've now demanded a renegotiation of the contract. Now, this is an example where the complexity of arrangements leave enormous scope for various people to give various pictures of what was going on. Bolivia made it very clear that it did not intend to expropriate without compensation, that it wanted the foreign investors there, but it wanted them to get a fair compensation. It did not want them to rob the country of its resources. So it said, yes, you will get compensated for your investment. We want you. We want you to stay. And we're willing to actually compensate you quite well. But the resources, the actual resources, belong to the Bolivian people. And they've committed themselves to devoting the revenue that they get to reducing poverty in Bolivia. The Constitution of Bolivia said that any sale of this kind had to be ratified by the Congress. And yet the government, the previous government, did not bother to submit it to the Congress. And so at least most of the Bolivians that I talked to had very strongly the view that this was not even a sale. It was not even a question of nationalization because it had never been sold. It had never been privatized legally. It's like somebody who, a married couple owns a house. The husband signs it away, but the wife doesn't sign. Is the house sold? Well, no. You have to get the signature from both of the owners. And in this case, it's very understandable why you want not just the president, but you want the Congress to make sure that the voice of the people have been heard. But unfortunately, too often the European press, the American press did not explain what was really going on, that Bolivia was just asking for a fair share and asking that the law be complied with. Now, another example that shows you what can happen is Venezuela, where Chavez has been the enormous subject of controversy, called a populist. Let me put that in background. Venezuela is the richest natural resource country in Latin America, enormous amount of oil resources, gas resources. And yet, 2/3 of the people still live in poverty. Most of the money from these natural resources are going to a small group of people at the top. They enjoyed it. And they wanted to fight to make sure they continue to do it. Chavez was, yes, elected as a populist, and his populism said that these are the people's resources and we want to make sure that they go to the people. We want to make sure that the money is spent to improve schools, health care, create jobs for the vast majority of the people of Venezuela. Whether he succeeds perfectly or not, of course, nobody is perfect, and it will take years for us to fully know. But what is already clear is that he has enormous support from the people in the barrios, in the poor areas, because he has actually begun to deliver in terms of education and health. Now, whether he's done it in a sustainable way, as I say, is whether we don't know, and it will take years for us to tell. But what is clear is that for the first time, somebody is paying attention to the well-being of some of the poorest people. There's also concern about whether he will be undermining democracy, whether he is keeping democratic processes in play. And that obviously is a serious concern. But what is also clear is that in the past, the media has not given voice, media controlled by a few rich people, have not given voice to the concerns of the poor. And what he is trying to do is to try to create media that reflect a broader spectrum of society. These are enormously complex matters, but what is clear is that the past has not worked. And what is clear is that something else needs to be done. And that is very strongly the sentiment in Bolivia. Even in the United States, the oil companies have tried to cheat the U.S. government and the Alaskan government. I was involved in one of the suits by the state of Alaska against most of the major oil companies that were doing business there, where they were supposed to pay to the state of Alaska a certain amount based on what they received net of their cost of transporting the oil from Prudhoe Bay, which is way in the north, down to the markets. What they thought is that they just cheated a little bit, a few pennies, on the cost and what they received, the government would never notice it. And a penny here and a penny there, and you're dealing with billions of barrels, you're beginning to talk about a lot of money. We discovered this complicated statistical analysis, enormous millions of dollars to actually detect it. But the state of Alaska sued, and the oil companies agreed to pay over $1 billion of money that they had cheated from the state of Alaska. The same thing happened in the state of Alabama. I mention these because this is what happens with the oil companies dealing with highly sophisticated, well-functioning governmental institutions in the United States. You can imagine what must happen when they're dealing with governments that don't have the sophistication. And too often, there's one other ingredient, which is corruption. It's cheaper to pay a government official a bribe of $10,000 or even $10 million than to pay the full market value for your oil. There is now a case pending, for instance, in Mobil in Kazakhstan. We don't know, of course, the outcome of that, but from what one has read from the media, it looks fairly clear. Of course, Exxon says, we don't know, we just paid the money to this guy who was supposed to facilitate the transaction. But obviously, when you're paying millions and millions of dollars, you weren't just buying the time of the facilitator. That money was going somewhere, and it was pretty clear where that money was going. So this has been one of the real problems. It's not an accident that so many of the oil-rich countries or mineral resource-rich countries are undemocratic and corrupt. It takes two to tango, as we say. It takes two to have corruption, a briber and a bribee. And unfortunately, too often, the international companies have seen the temptation and have given in. The result of all of these forces is that, unfortunately, we have what is called the natural resource curse, sometimes referred to as the paradox of plenty. You would have expected that countries with a rich endowment of natural resources would grow faster. They would be better off. But across the world, what we see is that countries with large endowments of natural resources do not grow faster. What they do have is a superabundance of dictators and corrupt governments. And so rather than the money going to the growth of the economy, the well-being of the citizens, to the reduction of poverty, it goes to a few people at the top. And then the Western governments facilitate this in another way. Not only do they give it the money, but then they use that money to buy arms. Very lucrative arms trade. And that arms are used then to suppress the people. And then so there's a vicious circle. You have the preservation of these dictatorships, the money and the arms sales together, and the corruption lead to a continuation of situations where you have undemocratic governments where the money is not being used to promote economic growth and poverty reduction. If this were just one or two countries, you would say it's an exception. But the fact that it is so many suggests that there is a pattern that needs to be broken. There are things that can be done. We can make globalization work. We can, for instance, require the oil companies to disclose every payment they make. This initiative of transparency was one that BP actually tried to introduce in Angola. A Norwegian company called Hydro also tried to do it. These are companies that are committed to social responsibility, to trying to make globalization work. And so they said, we're going to make sure that everybody knows how much we're giving the government, and if you also know how much you sell, you can figure out what the price is, and you can assess whether they're getting fair market value. The Angolan government said, no, if you do that, you're out of the country. There's sometimes an appeal to business secrecy. Well, what you know is when there's business secrecy in this area, well, there are no real legitimate arguments for secrecy. It is really an attempt to hide what is going on. Unfortunately, the United States has not set the best example here. U.S. policy in the area of energy, set by the beginning of the Bush administration by a meeting where the government won't even disclose who was at the meeting. We know who it was. It was mostly energy executives. The proposals that came out of that were called, even by one of President Bush's own party, the bill that left no lobbyists behind. Everybody had their as we say, they're trying to feed at the trough to get more money from the government. But it wasn't addressing the country's energy needs. But this secrecy even goes to the point of the contracts that the government often signs. There was a recent concern. Why, with oil prices and gas prices so high, why hasn't government revenues, U.S. government revenues from oil and gas increased commensurately? Obviously, something very strange about the contracts. But the oil companies and gas companies have not made those contracts fully public. In the developing countries, the problem, of course, are in many cases even worse. So there was an international movement called transparency to try to make sure that they make transparent what they pay to the countries. It would be very easy to force the companies to do it. All you would have to have is the tax authorities and the United States, G7, other advanced industrial countries to say, if you don't disclose what you pay, you can't get a tax deduction. They would disclose it. Obviously, it's more valuable for them to have a tax deduction. So we need to move, we need to change the way globalization is managed. These are simple changes that could have an enormous change. It would actually be promoting democracy. Another change is we need to discourage arms sales, because these arms sales are what maintain these dictators in these countries. At the very least, we should make it more costly. We should tax these arms sales, because these arms sales are what give rise to this enormous conflict, which has been probably the most important impediment to development in sub-Saharan Africa. Economists call this an externality, a cost that the arms sellers don't bear, but the rest of society does bear. So there should be a tax on this. The revenue from the tax could actually be used to promote development. Erased. Think of the following thought experiment. What would happen if we fully integrated? We have one big economy, and the economy worked in the way that well-functioning economies are supposed to work. Well, that would mean the wages paid for skilled labor, wages paid for unskilled labor, would be the same everywhere in the world. A person of a given skill would get the same compensation no matter where he worked. Of course, adjusted for some differences in climate or other local conditions. But that means that unskilled workers in the United States and Europe and in India and China would all get the same wage. It would be the average between the wages in Europe and the United States on the one hand, and in the developing countries in India and China on the other. But with so many unskilled workers in India and China, the average would be closer to that of India and China. And that means that there's enormous downward pressure on wages and unskilled wages in the advanced industrial countries. This is what economic theory predicted. Now, it also explained that trade is a substitute for actually having one integrated economy. You don't actually have to migrate. If you can have the goods migrate, it's a substitute. So by buying goods made with unskilled labor in China or India, it reduces the demand for unskilled jobs in the United States and in Europe. And that puts a downward pressure. And we've seen wage stagnation in the advanced industrial countries. The United States, people at the bottom have had stagnant wages basically for a quarter century. Real wages in the United States in the last 5 years have actually declined. The income of the median family, the person in the middle, has actually gone down in the last 5 years. So yes, the U.S. economy is growing, but most Americans are getting poorer. I see most. It's not just the poverty. It's not just the people at the bottom. It's the middle and down. So we are becoming countries, rich countries with poor people. Americans, Europeans, people in France rightly ask the question, how is globalization supposed to benefit us if we are having lower wages and we have to respond by less job protections? The question is a good one. And the answer is they are going to be made worse off. Only by making sure that the benefits of globalization are shared by everybody in society will we protect those at the middle, at the bottom. What globalization, the theories of free trade, say is that the country as a whole may be better off, that the winners can compensate the losers, but it doesn't say they will. And if they don't, the losers are losers. Unfortunately, in the United States, and to a regrettable extent in much of Western Europe, rather than protecting the people at the bottom, we've been going in exactly the wrong direction. So the United States gave a tax cut, but the vast majority of the benefits of that tax cut went to the people at the very top, the people who had been the winners from globalization. The losers from globalization got almost nothing. So it exacerbated the inequalities that globalization was already contributing towards. But it's even worse than that. Globalization has been asymmetric. I talked about the asymmetries between the advanced industrial countries and the developing countries. The fact that the advanced industrial countries impose tariffs that are 4 times higher on the developing countries than on other advanced industrial countries. But there's also an asymmetry between capital and labor. There's been a huge effort to liberalize capital. Very little effort to liberalize labor. And the result of this has been that the bargaining power of capital and labor have changed dramatically. If capital doesn't like what's going on in the country, if capital gets taxed, it says, I'll leave. I'll go somewhere else that they treat me better. But workers, particularly unskilled workers, have no choice. So this has meant that there is a strong force for reducing taxation on capital, and that it shifts the burden towards labor, and particularly unskilled labor, which is the least mobile. Moreover, the globalization agenda has put enormous pressure to cut taxes more generally. And as we've cut taxes more generally, that has meant that the kinds of services that government can provide, safety net expenditures for everybody in society, and particularly for those who are adversely affected by globalization, have been reduced. So they've lost on that account as well. So while we should be doing everything we can to make sure that the benefits of globalization are shared widely, the beneficiaries are the corporations who are doing very well and the people who have those very necessary skills for globalization, that we take some of the gains, the enormous gains they're getting, and share them, use some of the tax revenues to improve education, to make sure that more people get skills. We, in fact, have been doing just the opposite, leaving them, the people who are losing, even more vulnerable. And the result of this is, it's not surprising that globalization has such a negative reaction. In the advanced industrial countries, these individuals perceive that they are losers, and they are losers. No amount of rhetoric saying that in the long run everybody will benefit will convince them. Keynes, the great economist of the 20th century, had an expression. He said, in the long run, we're all dead. And the workers who see their job protections being reduced, their wages being reduced, their jobs being eliminated, feel very much the same way. And unless we put into place social policies, economic policies, that share the benefits more fairly, there will be, I believe, a backlash against globalization. One of the questions that I often get asked is, can we change globalization? I've described enormous number of problems with globalization, described the corporations as a major source of the problems of globalization. The next natural question is, well, won't they stop any change? Why am I optimistic that we can make globalization work? There are a large number of reforms that we could undertake to make it work better, but why do I think that there will be any demand for these, and why am I hopeful that they will be accepted? Well, in my mind, globalization has already produced too many winners for us to walk away from globalization. It has produced an enormous amount of benefits for those countries that have managed it well, like China, and for those who have been on the beneficiary side, like the United States and Europe. So it's too important for us to go back from globalization. On the other hand, there are too many losers from globalization as it has been managed for us to continue in the way we've been going. If we don't do something, the backlash will be too strong. And therefore, in my mind, we have no option. We have to make globalization work. It is the only alternative. Now, it's not going to be easy. I actually think it is in the interest of the advanced industrial countries to help create a fairer globalization and to create a globalization that works both for the advanced industrial countries and for the developing countries. Let me explain some of the ways in which I think everybody can benefit if we restructure globalization and make it work in the way that I've described. One of the problems facing all the developed countries is enormous pressure on migration. That pressure on migration has both economic and social consequences. Difficulties of integrating these individuals into society, downward pressure on wages, a whole host of consequences. But these immigration pressures are the inevitable consequences of huge wage disparities. When I was in the Clinton administration, one of the reasons we supported NAFTA is because we believed that it would reduce the enormous gap, the six-fold gap in wages between the United States and Mexico. We thought it would reduce that gap, and by reducing that gap, it would reduce the migration pressure. But unfortunately, NAFTA did not live up to what we had hoped. The gap between Mexico and the United States in the first decade of NAFTA actually increased. And so the migration pressure has continued. And similar forces are going on elsewhere in the world. If we can make globalization work, it will mean increasing incomes in the developing countries. And that will reduce this migration pressure, which will be of enormous benefit, I think, to both the advanced industrial countries and to the developing countries. There are other reasons, I think, that we will all benefit from globalization. We don't know what causes terrorism. There are many different forces. But it is very clear that the despair that comes from unemployment, lack of hope, that we see in so many of the developing countries, provides a fertile feeding ground for terrorists, for suicide bombers, for those who see no future. And so I think that one of the ways that we can address this problem is by trying to really promote democracy and development in these countries. If more of the oil revenues went to the benefit of the people, and rather than to the dictators and to the oil companies, then I think there would be better outcomes, more security, more peace in the world as a whole. The most important reason, in my mind, for reshaping globalization is a moral reason. It is unconscionable for us to live in a world with these huge disparities where we have the resources, we have the technology, we have the means of reducing these inequalities, of doing something for the people living in desperate poverty. It's even worse when we take advantage of our economic power to increase that disparity, as we did in the Uruguay round, the last round of trade negotiations, which made the poorest people in Africa even poorer. So rather than using our economic power in the way that we have, that has made these disparities even greater, we should be using this in a way that reduces these disparities and reduces the number of people in the desperate poverty that we see in so much of the world today. Why did the advocates of globalization hold out such hope that it would bring the well-being of everybody, both in the advanced industrial countries and the developing countries, raise their living standards and make them better off? Well, actually, the ideas behind that go back several hundred years to Adam Smith, the great 18th century economist. He argued that by expanding the market, you could allow each to become more and more specialized. And as they became more specialized, they became more productive. You allowed each to produce the goods that it was relatively better at. And by each specializing in the areas that it represented its comparative advantage, incomes again would go up. So they were living in a world where they believed that through trade, through the expansion of markets, one can increase the living standards of everybody. The question is, why has globalization not lived up to this potential? What was wrong with this economic theory? Well, there are actually several things that explain why it has not led to the promises that economists had long thought would almost inevitably follow. The first is that in order for developing countries to take advantage of the new opportunities, they had to be able to have the resources. They had to have access to markets, not just legal access, to not only have the right to export, they had to have harbors, they had to have goods to sell. Too often what happened was the goods from the advanced industrial countries would come into their countries, destroy their markets. People would lose their jobs, but no new jobs were created. So people moved from low productivity jobs to zero productivity unemployment. And this didn't help the country, and it certainly didn't help the people who lost their jobs. Economic theory is based on the hypothesis that somehow the market economy will ensure full employment. But we know in so many instances it hasn't worked out that way. Europe has been plagued with high levels of unemployment for now several decades. Economists debate about what the underlying cause is, but to the person who loses his job, he's not interested in these debates among economists. What he knows is the symptom. He's lost his job, and he knows why he's lost his job: competition from abroad. If these are problems in advanced industrial countries, where there are so many resources, so much capacity to respond to the new opportunities, imagine what it's like in the less developed countries where there aren't resources to adapt to the changing circumstances. And developing countries are by definition economies where markets don't work well. So for them, the first problem is that because markets don't work well, because they don't have resources, they can't respond to the opportunities, and too often what happens is there's a growth in unemployment, not a growth in the economy. But that's only one of the reasons that globalization has not lived up to its potential. The second is that globalization, in the way that it's been managed, has too often been unfair. The agenda has been set by the rich and powerful countries, and more particularly by the rich and powerful companies within those countries for their advantage, and not for the interest of the global economy, or certainly for the interest of the poor in the developing world. And we see that in every aspect of the international agreements and every aspect in which the international institutions that regulate the global economy work. For instance, in the last trade negotiations that ended in 1994, leading up to that, there was what was called a grand bargain. The United States and Europe wanted the ambit of trade negotiations to be expanded. Before, for the last 40 years, it had concentrated on manufacturing goods. Today, the countries of the world that have the relative comparative advantage in manufacturing are increasingly in China. Ironically, it was as if the trade negotiators have been negotiating for 4 decades, helping China get entry into the markets of the advanced industrial countries. Of course, that wasn't their intention. They were thinking about themselves, and at that time, manufacturing was their comparative advantage. But today, that's switching to China. Well, the bargain involved expanding the agenda into services and intellectual property, patents, copyrights. In return, the developing countries wanted something to be done about agriculture. 75% of the people in the developing world depending directly or indirectly on agriculture. Obviously, agriculture was what they really cared about. And textiles. Textiles do not require high levels of skill, and yet all the countries of the world had quotas. That meant no matter how efficient they were in producing textiles, they couldn't get entry beyond a certain amount into the countries of the advanced industrial countries. So that was the bargain. Services, intellectual property for the advanced industrial countries, agriculture and textiles for the less developed countries. At the end, the advanced industrial countries did not keep their bargain. Yes, they got the expansion to services, not all services, only high-skilled services like financial services, not low-skilled services like maritime services, construction services, labor-intensive services. These were the comparative advantage of the least developed countries, the less developed countries. And the advanced industrial countries were not going to open up their markets to these goods. So what happened was that the advanced industrial countries got opening of services, they got intellectual property, but the other side of the bargain didn't happen. Textiles, they said, wait for 10 years. And after 10 years, they said, we're not ready yet. They had done nothing. They had promised to gradually adjust to help their textile producers be able to adjust to the change. In fact, they had done nothing. And in the area of agriculture, while there was a promise to reduce subsidies that make it so difficult for the developing countries to compete, the United States actually doubled its subsidies. And so clearly the less developed countries see the world as an unfair. The playing field is not level. The advanced industrial countries charge tariffs against the goods produced by the less developed countries that are 4 times higher than the tariffs they charge against other advanced industrial countries, the goods produced by those countries. So not only is the playing field less level, but it's becoming even less level. And the developing countries said, we don't want to enter into another agreement of this kind. So the trade agreements and the other arrangements of the international area have not been fair to the developing countries. So unfair were they that in the last round, the poorest countries of the world actually wound up worse off. So that's the second reason why globalization has not lived up to its promise. There's a third reason. Trade globalization exposes countries to more risk. Volatile international prices, markets coming and going, shocks elsewhere in the world. A crisis in Asia causes problems in Latin America. A crisis in Russia causes problems in Brazil. The problem is that just when you need a stronger assistance from the government to respond to those crises, to respond to the increased volatility, globalization has been weakening the ability of governments to respond. It's taken away their revenues. It's made it more difficult for them to cope with the problems that globalization presents. Developing countries rely, for instance, very heavily on tariffs. It's a major source of revenue. Advanced industrial countries can have sophisticated income taxes. They can have sophisticated VAT taxes. Developing countries can't do that. They rely on tariffs. And that was historically true with advanced industrial countries 150 years ago when they were at a lower stage of development. So as trade agreements have forced tariffs to go down, revenues have been tightened. And that has meant there is less resources to cope with the risk which globalization presents. Augmenting this problem, making it worse, has been a particular ideology that globalization has confronted the developing countries. They've been told that in order to succeed, you have to have not just a market economy, but a particular version of the market economy. A particular version of the market economy that's more extreme than anywhere in the world. Over and over again, they are told to adopt not just the American style of capitalism without the social protections that are common in Europe, or even the social protections that are common in Japan or other East Asian countries that have been successful, but a system which is Darwinian, survival of the fittest, let individuals fare for themselves. They've been told to privatize Social Security, get government out, privatize other industries, weaken protections, job protections, countries where individuals don't have savings, don't have the large bank accounts on which they can fall back on. They're left to fend for themselves, and too often that means nothing but poverty. One of the reasons why poverty has not gone down, but actually in many countries gone up in the developing countries confronting globalization. So what these countries have been told is to adopt a version of capitalism, market economy, that is more extreme than any of the advanced industrial countries have adopted. Making the problem still greater is that globalization itself often results in more inequality. We see around the world that the number of countries in which inequality is increasing is much larger than the number of countries in which inequality is decreasing. And actually, economic theory predicted that. It predicted that unskilled workers in the advanced industrial countries would face competition from unskilled workers, the abundant supply of unskilled workers in the less developed countries, and that competition inevitably would put downward pressure on unskilled workers. Meanwhile, in the developing countries, the poorest people, those in agriculture, face competition from the highly subsidized agricultural products of Europe and the United States. It's not like they're competing on a level playing field. They're competing with Europe and the United States, where in some cases, 50% or more of the income is derived from government subsidies. And so how can they compete? They don't have the resources to buy fertilizer. They don't have the resources to buy high-quality seed. They don't have the resources to buy tractors. And compounding all of these problems, they can't compete with the huge subsidies that the advanced industrial countries give their farmers. So the result of this is that there is growing inequality in many of the countries of the world, and that too is giving rise to dissatisfaction with globalization. Finally, globalization has given enormous power to corporate interests. I described before the fact that globalization has been unfair to developing countries. But actually, the agenda of globalization has, to a very large extent, been set by large corporate interests. The intellectual property agenda, the protection that I talked before, was really an agenda that was pushed by America's pharmaceutical industry, to some extent by Europe's pharmaceutical industry, and by the entertainment industry, by Hollywood that wanted its movies to be protected, its music to be protected around the world. American multinationals wanted to be able to invest abroad. European multinationals wanted to invest abroad with the highest level of investor protections. That was their agenda. They weren't worried, of course, about the developing country. Their worries about health, environment, those weren't at the top of the agenda. And so the agenda that has been set, not on the basis of the principles that would normally be involved in debates and policy within Europe, within France, the UK, the United States, where we ask what are the impacts on each different group, who benefits, who loses, are the people who are losing particularly poor? That's not the kind of policy debate that I was engaged in when, for instance, I was in the White House. These are intense debates. People disagree. We know that any policy has winners and losers, and we try to make sure that there's a balance and that particularly the very poor are not hurt. When the trade ministers go into the trade negotiations, the finance ministers go into the discussions of the IMF, it's not a balanced discussion. Environment isn't on the table. Health isn't on the table. It's all set by these particular interests, these particular ministries, and the people that they represent. So when they were talking about intellectual property, the concern about access to health was not foremost in their minds. Even the concerns of scientists about access to knowledge, the most important input into scientific research, that wasn't what they were concerned about. What the voice that they heard was the voice of the pharmaceutical industry and the entertainment industry. And so when the trade negotiators were sent from Washington or from the capitals of Europe, they weren't told, let's get a fair trade agreement. They were told, let's get agreement that is the best interest of American companies or the companies in Europe. Of course, make it seem like it's fair. That's the public relations department. Do a lot of publicity, talk about fairness, but remember it's in our interest that you're representing. Totally different from the way discourse goes on within our own country. And the result of this is exactly what you would expect. With the special interest, with the corporate interest dominating the agenda, the outcomes reflected their interest. I'll give you a few illustrations in just a minute. Let me begin and talk a little bit about the agenda on the role the corporations play in globalization. They have been at the center of the attack on the critics of globalization, but in many ways, they are the center of what successes there have been in globalization. The reason is that multinationals have the resources, the capacities of moving everywhere around the world. A small business doesn't have the resources to do that. And so it's quite natural that the discussion of globalization has focused enormously on the role of multinationals, on the role of large corporations. Multinationals and large corporations have brought many of the benefits of globalization. I talked before about the successes of East Asia, of China. Many of the countries in East Asia, their success has been at least in part due to inviting in foreign corporations. Those corporations brought knowledge, they brought capital, they brought access to markets. In many cases, it wasn't the capital that was the most important. With a high savings rate in East Asia, savings rates in China have been over 40%, in other East Asian countries over 30%. It wasn't capital that they needed. What they needed is technology on the one hand and access to international markets. And that's what foreign corporations brought. But they were able to make sure that they shaped the behavior of these corporations to promote the well-being of their country. They made sure that the transfer of technology occurred. Example, for instance, was Malaysia, where it realized it needed foreign technology in order to develop its natural resources. It didn't have that technology 30 or 40 years ago. But it said, we want to be independent. We want you to come in and to teach us. We want you not just to produce, not only to produce our oil, but we want you to teach us so that we can produce our oil. And today, the Malaysian oil company is teaching others what it was taught. There's a very different mindset from this mindset where we are going to learn from the foreign corporations. We want to take advantage of their access to their international markets. The mindset of those countries that let themselves be exploited by multinational corporations. And the problem is the relative size of the corporations creates an unbalanced playing field. Many of these corporations are much larger than the governments themselves that they're dealing with. Moreover, they're in a very good bargaining position. They can say, unless you give us tax concessions, unless you do what we want, unless you allow us to spoil the environment, we'll go elsewhere. Well, there are lots of other countries in the world. We don't need you, but you need us. And in that environment of competition, too often the developing countries suffer. The politician wants jobs for his people. Unemployment in many of these countries is very high. The environmental problems are going to be there 5 or 10 years down the line when his successor is in office. And so the focus is on creating jobs today, letting the future take care of itself. And the result too often is that the country gets a little bit of benefit today, but pays an even higher price in the future. There are many other reasons that corporations have not played the positive role that they can, and they sometimes do. There is an important movement among corporations today called the business social responsibility movement. And I've seen it in practice where companies talk about the triple bottom line. Not only what their profits are, but also how well they're doing on the environment and in terms of broader social responsibility to their community, to their workers. And they try to assess how well they're doing. Unfortunately, many companies do not commit to business social responsibility, and many companies have found good public relations where they seem to be doing it and are not really doing it. The result of this is that in too many countries, the corporations see opportunity to take advantage of the countries, and it's just a matter of what you can get away with. Now, in advanced industrial countries, we have strong laws, liability laws, that mean that if you harm a worker, you can be sued. You have strong government regulations today that say if you pollute, you can be sued or the government can stop what you're doing. Unfortunately, in many developing countries, there aren't these legal protections. And even if they were, poor individuals do not have the resources to sue the large corporations. An example of this was what happened in Bhopal. An American company, chemical company, did not take care of its plant appropriately, and there was a huge explosion. Tens of thousands of people were maimed, damaged, injured, lifelong consequences. And yet, the American company had to pay very, very little. One of their officers said $500 a person was more than enough to compensate somebody for death. In a world in which life in which there's such poverty, it's often easy for an international company to think of life as being cheap. What it would do, the way it would treat its workers abroad is completely different from the way it would treat its workers at home. It would view what it did at home as immoral. But when it goes abroad, it says the workers should be lucky to have a job. India tried to bring the officers of the company to accountability. It had tried to have a trial. But the officers were back in America. It demanded extradition. America refused. It would not allow them even to have a fair trial in the Indian courts. The result of this is that companies, their officers of the companies, often hide behind the corporate veil. And this is a general problem. In the America West, we often have we talk about movies, cowboy movies. You'll see where the bandit goes across the state boundary, and the sheriff can't go across the state boundary. And as he goes across the state boundary, he finds a safe haven. The same thing is true with globalization. Too often, you go across the boundary and you're protected. The American officers of the chemical company, they go back to America. They're in safe territory. They are protected. There's a way of shifting individual responsibility. Each individual says, it wasn't me, it was the company. But who makes decisions? Making all of this even worse is the foundations of corporations is this concept called limited liability. Without limited liability, you could not have had the growth of modern capitalism. Limited liability says that the most the investor can lose is what he's put in. That differs from partnerships, where if I'm a partner and I do something wrong, people can go after my assets, my house, my other investments. With limited liability, the only thing they can get is the value of the company itself. The rest of my assets are fully protected. It's understandable why limited liability is an important social innovation, but it also has an enormous cost when it's abused. And too often, multinationals have abused it. What they do is they set up, for instance, a limited liability mining company in a country. They take out the resources, they're leaving behind enormous environmental damage. When the country sues, they say, sorry, there's no more assets. All the assets have been transferred abroad, distributed to the shareholders, and there's nothing left to pay for the cost of environmental cleanup. The cost is left to the people of the country. So the wealth is transferred out of the country. The people in the country pay the consequences. It's a bad deal. In many of the cases, the country has only received minuscule royalties from the mining, 1 or 2%. Let me explain that this is actually a problem not just in developing countries, but also in the developed countries. Jared Diamond has written a beautiful book called Collapse, where he describes how in one of his favorite states, Montana, the mining companies did exactly that. If this can go on in developed countries, you can imagine how bad it can be in developing countries. As another example, when I was in the Clinton administration, we tried to change the mining laws to make the mining companies pay fair market value for the natural resources that they were taking out. The old mining laws basically allowed the mining companies just to stake a claim, as they called it, to say, I've discovered gold, it's mine. And anything they discovered, any claim they made, they got the resource virtually for nothing. We said, that's not the way things should be run. These resources, the land, the public land, the value of the resources, should belong to the American people. We'll put it up to auction. Selling through auction has been very lucrative in other areas. In telecommunications, the spectrum that is used for cell phones, radio, TV has been sold, generating billions and billions of dollars for the government. But the mining companies said, no way. And they used their powerful influence in Congress to stop this very important initiative. So even at the end of the 20th century, even in advanced industrial countries like the United States, the resources are being transferred almost for nothing to the mining companies. And if this is what happens in a well-functioning democracy, you can imagine what happens in so many developing countries. So corporations have had an enormous sway in determining and shaping globalization. I mentioned before the area of intellectual property, and this provides an important area of seeing how it is played out. Intellectual property is important for providing incentives for creative people to engage in innovative activity. Writers wouldn't write if they didn't get some compensation. They need something to live on, even if they are motivated by a creative, artistic urge. Similarly, for invention, it takes resources. No one is saying that there should not be intellectual property. That's a false argument, a straw man, that those who are advocating unbalanced intellectual property often put up. The issue isn't whether you should have intellectual property, it's the design of the intellectual property regime and understanding the costs and the benefits. What is the cost of intellectual property? Well, the costs are manifold. The first is that intellectual property creates a monopoly. Monopoly results in raising the price. Knowledge should be like a public good. The third president of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, talked about knowledge being like a candle. As one candle lights another, it doesn't diminish from the light of the first candle. In that way, knowledge is different from ordinary commodities. If one person eats some food, another person can't eat that food. But if one person knows something, somebody else can also know it. So hoarding knowledge, making knowledge private, is inefficient. And so in this case, monopoly results in it both too high prices of goods and too little usage of knowledge. But that's not the only problems that intellectual property, excessive intellectual property, can have. It can actually slow down the pace of innovation, sometimes through the force of monopoly, sometimes through the legal confusions to which it can give rise. Let me give you three examples. One example has to do with the automobile. In the early days of the automobile, an American inventor, Selden, got a patent for all four-wheel self-propelled vehicles. Of course, there were other people having the same idea around. There was Daimler in Germany, there were people in France. It wasn't like this was the first person to have the idea of a four-wheel self-propelled vehicle. What he wanted to do was to get this patent and create a cartel of all the producers, a monopoly of all the producers to raise the price. And had he succeeded, the development of the automobile would have been stifled. Fortunately, Henry Ford had a very different idea. His idea was for a low-price car made available to masses of people. And he did research, innovation, to get the price of the car way down. Selden would have suppressed Ford's ability to bring the car out and make it a mass, something that could be enjoyed by masses of people. And he challenged the patent. He had the resources to do it, and eventually he won. But had he lost, the development of the modern economy would have been set way back. As a second example, Microsoft. Microsoft has become a dominant firm in a dominant industry in the world economy today. It dominates in software operating systems, in applications for office, in the PC market around the world. The result is higher prices than if there had been a competitive market. But the real worry is not only are prices higher, reflected in the huge profits that it's been made, but also innovation may have been suppressed. We can see what it did in the case of both the browser and media player. In the case of browser, the internet browser, the innovator was Netscape. But with the control of its operating system, it could provide its own Internet Explorer at a zero price, bundled in with the operating system. No one can compete with a zero price. Its intention was to drive out Netscape, which it largely did. But now others seeing, if I come up with an innovation of enormous value, I too can be suppressed. I can't compete with Microsoft. And the recognition of what happened in the area of internet and so many other areas has resulted in a dampening of the innovation, of important innovations in this area. Antitrust authorities, competition authorities in Europe and the United States have all found Microsoft guilty of engaging in anti-competitive practices. But so strong is its monopoly as a result of its control of the operating system that they have not been able to break its monopoly power. A third example, a third reason where excessive, unbalanced intellectual property can lead to a stifling innovation has to do with what is called patent thickets. And again, we can see an example of this in the early days, at the beginning of the last century, where there were two sets of patents on the airplane. One by the Wright brothers and the other by Curtiss. The problem was with these conflicting and overlapping set of patents, no one knew who to pay in order to develop the airplane. And the development of the airplane was stifled as a result of this patent thicket. It wasn't until World War I when the United States government said, it's too important to be able to, it's too important, we need to develop an airplane in order to fight World War I, that they overrode the patents. They created a patent pool. They said, we're not going to allow you to continue to squabble while we suffer. We need the airplane. And they took these patents and they said, we'll decide how much each person is going to get, each of the patent holders is going to get, how much of the innovation, how much of the contribution each makes. So even today, we are facing this problem of patent thickets, particularly in the area of software. Everybody recognized, got an enormous amount of attention when BlackBerry was almost put out of business, where someone had a patent that claimed that BlackBerry was infringing on. Some jurisdictions claimed that that patent was not a valid patent. Most people think that that patent will not survive. But BlackBerry was not given the opportunity. It was said, the patent exists today, you either pay them or shut down. And they had to pay effectively blackmail of over $600 million. Again, that's going to stifle innovation. With thousands and thousands of patents every year, anybody writing a software program now fears that he will trespass on somebody's patent. And that is having a dampening effect in the software industry. And many people in the software industry say, we have to get rid of the whole system. We have to go to another kind of system. Now, the area in which patents have been very strong, most strong as advocates of patents, has been in drugs, pharmaceuticals. And all of us have benefited from the enormous improvements in medicines that have occurred. From the point of view of the developing countries, they ask the following question, though. How much of what is being spent by the drug companies is actually going to the diseases that we face? More money is being spent on advertising, more money is spent on lifestyle drugs, like making sure that people have a good full set of hair at their head, than is being spent in drugs for the diseases that affect developing countries. Very, very little is being spent. A model of what is called good behavior has been presented by Novartis, one of the European companies, which has worked with China and Singapore to bring out a new malaria drug, with some of the patents being held by people in Asia, and making this malaria drug available essentially at cost to developing countries. This is an example of what is called business or corporate social responsibility. But unfortunately, too many of the other drug companies have used the protection of intellectual property to raise drug prices, essentially to deny access to these life-saving drugs to the poorest people of the world. The balance has been that they put their profits over the right to life itself. The unbalanced nature of these intellectual property is reflected in how they've treated knowledge from the developing countries themselves. This is called traditional knowledge. There is a problem which I first encountered when I was in the high Andes in Ecuador. I was in a village talking about how globalization was impacting them, and one of the striking things is that no matter where you go, you feel the impact of globalization. And the village mayor talked to me about biopiracy. He talked to me about the fact that they have their indigenous medicines, plants that have been used for generations to cure diseases. And then an American firm came along and got a patent, and they now have to pay this American for the right to use what they had always used. They viewed this, they say, biopiracy, their ideas, their knowledge was being stolen, and they were now having to pay for it. There have been some dramatic examples of this. An American company was able to get a patent on basmati rice, rice that was grown in India for hundreds of years. Another example was use of turmeric, which is a plant for healing. Again, the role of turmeric in healing has been well known in South Asia for hundreds of years. And ironically, it was South Asian doctors in the United States that got the patent on the use of turmeric for healing purposes. Another example is the use of the neem tree for a whole variety of purposes. Now, in many cases, these patents can be challenged, just like Ford challenged the Selden patent on the automobile. These can be challenged. But if you're a poor developing country, you don't have the resources. India was able to challenge the basmati rice patent, and India won. But these other patents may require enormous amounts of legal expenses to prevail. And sadly, even when they've succeeded in prevailing in Europe, American patent authorities have maintained the patents. So even when Europe has been persuaded that this is not a legal patent, this is biopiracy, American patent authorities have continued to protect the corporate interest of those who have gotten the patent. Another example of the asymmetry in the way globalization has proceeded has to do with the incentives for preserving biodiversity, which is such an important source of new drugs. The advocates of strong intellectual property talk about the importance of incentives. But when it comes to the incentives of developing countries, they're not very interested. A very large fraction of patents involving new not only drugs but also new plants have as their origin this biodiversity from the developing world. It's an enormous reservoir. And the world got together in the beginning of the 90s and agreed on what was called the Biodiversity Convention. Part of that Biodiversity Convention was an agreement that those in developing countries who've protected this biodiversity should be compensated when the fruits of that are used by those in the West for their drugs or plants or whatever patents they have. But under the influence of American corporations, the United States has refused to sign this Biodiversity Convention. Their view is, we want the patents for our companies. We don't want to have to pay the developing countries for the incentives for protecting their biodiversity. So it illustrates the unbalance, the role the corporations have in determining the agenda, particularly in the strongest force in globalization, the United States. They aren't asking what is a fair system. They aren't asking what is an efficient system. They're only asking what is in the best interest of our corporations. if you were beginning from the perspective of what is good for the environment, if you're asking what is good for the global economy, what is fair to the developing countries that are providing enormous environmental services of value to the whole world, you would say, yes, we have to sign the Biodiversity Convention. But the United States refuses. I teach at Columbia University, and a major research university in America. Research universities have played a very important role in the development of knowledge, and I think have given the United States a important part of the explanation of America's lead in so many areas of innovation. But America's research universities are strong mainly because of government support for research. I emphasize this to emphasize the point that we have a complex innovation system. At the basis of that innovation system is basic research. Basic research, producing knowledge that's of benefit to everybody in the world, is supported by the government. On top of that basic research, there is an important role for corporations to bring the benefits of that basic research to the market. But we have to understand that that is only one part of the innovation system. The whole innovation system rests on the basic research that is provided, supported by the government. And too often, if we have an unbalanced intellectual property system, you can actually impede basic research in order to protect the interests of the corporations. One of the areas where I believe we've lost our way, gotten an unbalanced intellectual property regime, has to do with the patenting of genes. Genes are the underlying code that tells the body what proteins to produce. It regulates our whole system. It is the instructions of life itself. And one of the great achievements of science in the 20th century was understanding the genetic code and decoding the genetic code of the humans. This Human Genome Project was an enormous project involving researchers from all over the world, and it succeeded. But while they were working to decode it, there were some others in the private sector that were racing ahead to try to decode one gene or the other. If they succeeded, they would have gotten the knowledge maybe a day, maybe a month, maybe 2 months ahead. But the consequences for the world would be very slight. The fact was there was an orderly process of decoding, understanding the genetic code. But for the drug companies that were racing ahead, there were enormous benefits. Because if they could get the patent on the gene, if they could own your gene, it would mean that they could control the medicines that were based on that, and that would give an enormous source of profits. An example of this is one company that got a gene that's related to breast cancer. With that knowledge, you could detect, you could devise a screening test that would see if the woman had that kind of gene, and if she did, you could monitor more closely and hopefully catch cancer before it developed. But unfortunately, the owner of this gene was not interested in making sure that women were caught, were prevented from getting breast cancer. They were interested in profits. So they demanded that anybody who developed a screening test pay it enormous amounts of money in terms of royalty for their ownership of this gene. And therefore, they depressed the ability to develop new testing and the availability of these tests themselves. There was a company that was willing to provide the tests free, but the owner of the patent was not interested. Now, interestingly, different countries have taken different tacks on this issue. In Canada, they have not recognized this patent on this gene, and women can get the test at a reasonable cost. That raises the very important point that there isn't a single intellectual property regime that's best for all countries. There shouldn't be a single law that applies both to developed and less developed countries. Just like we have different laws for theft, different laws, bankruptcy laws, different competition laws, different legal structures that reflect the differences in our cultures, in our histories, in our economy, in our society. Why should we all have the same intellectual property regime? And yet, with globalization, with the Uruguay round, we have effectively forced everybody to the American-style intellectual property regime. Not completely, but there's enormous force moving things in that direction. And America's intellectual property regime is not a balanced one. It's an intellectual property regime, increasingly over the last 2 decades, that represents particular corporate interest. It used to be that you could not get a patent on a whole variety of areas. It's not obvious that you should be able to get a patent on a gene. It used to be you couldn't get a patent you still can't get patents on mathematical theorems. Today in America, you can get a patent on a business process. You can get a patent on many things that used not to be patentable. Well, what is the scope of the patent? What should be patentable? Those are issues that should be up to each country to decide. Developing countries need access to knowledge if they are going to grow. And unfortunately, the intellectual property regime that is embedded in the Uruguay round, the one that reflects America's corporate interests, the drug companies and the entertainment industry, is not designed to promote the developing country's interests. It's not designed to promote the development. It's not designed to promote their access to knowledge. It's designed to promote the profits of these American and European companies. What we need is a more balanced intellectual property regime. Another area in which the debate over globalization and economics is being played out is in the area of privatization. This is an area of enormous debate in Europe and the United States and the developing countries. What activities should be conducted within the public sector? What should be conducted in the private sector? In the era of socialism, there was a view that all the basic industries should be within the government sector. And more recently, there's been this pendulum has swung all the way to the other side, and so the government should be very, very limited in what it does. I take a more pragmatic approach. I think you need a balance. And what you do in the public and the private sector will differ from country to country. Yes, governments should focus on what they have a comparative advantage in doing. In many cases, governments are not good in producing steel. They should focus on providing public services. But in developing countries, things are often quite different. And it can differ from one developing country to another. And the ideology of privatization has often been pushed too far. At one extreme, we have examples of very efficient government enterprises, the most efficient steel companies in the world. Among the most efficient are the steel company, Korea's steel company, POSCO. A number of years ago, Korea decided it wanted to industrialize. And it thought at the time that to industrialize meant to have a steel industry. And it looked around the world and said, we want to create the most efficient steel industry in the world. And they succeeded. And their steel industry was far more efficient than that of the United States. The United States didn't like it. It put enormous pressure on Korea. And eventually, through the IMF in the East Asia crisis, it was privatized. I went to Korea and asked, what difference has it made? Basically, they said, no difference. We're no more efficient, no less efficient than we were before. We used to get audited twice. Now we get audited only once. We have a little bit more scope, but of course they didn't abuse that scope. But the change from public to private did not lead to any real change. It didn't make it less efficient, didn't make it more efficient. There are many cases where government enterprises are not only just as efficient, but even more efficient than private. If you look around the world, in the area of oil, you ask, in which countries are the countries receiving the most money for the value of their oil? Is it in the countries where they privatized or the countries where the government is running it themselves? Well, probably the country where they're getting the most benefit, the real value of the oil, to the people themselves is in Malaysia. And that's because they don't have to pay a foreign oil company. They learned, as I mentioned before, they learned from the foreign oil companies how to extract the oil, and now they're using that knowledge to the benefit of the Malaysian people. As another example, here in Europe, one of the most efficient oil companies is Statoil, the Norwegian oil companies. It has since been partially privatized, but again, it hasn't changed really the efficiency. But while it was state-owned, it was among the most efficient oil companies in the world. I was in Chile not long ago, talking to the president, talking about this issue of why was Chile so successful. Many people cite Chile as an example of a success of the Washington Consensus, the idea of privatization, liberalization, price stability. And he said, well, we followed some of the things, the Washington Consensus. We did open up our trade, but we didn't follow many of the others. We didn't liberalize our capital markets. We stabilized short-term capital flows. We restricted inflows of hot money. We didn't privatize. We privatized half of our copper mines, but half we kept for ourselves. And those copper mines that we run just as efficiently, and yet the government gets far more money from those copper mines than they do from the privatized ones that send the profits abroad. And of course, most importantly, we paid a lot of attention to the social and problems of inequality, health, education that were not in the Washington Consensus. So we did many things that were not on the Washington Consensus agenda. But it highlights the fact that governments can run some enterprises very efficiently. Another example, Social Security, old age pension. The UK partially privatized its pension system, its old age pension system. Transaction costs rose. One estimate says that the result of this is that the retirees on that part will get 40% less than they would have gotten had they not privatized. In other words, 40% of their pension is being eaten up in transaction costs, another name for the income of those that are, of the finance people who are providing those services. The most controversial area of privatization has been water. The argument was that in many of the developing countries, the country did not have the resources to provide water for everybody. They would invite in a foreign water company to provide water. Well, that was the idea. What happened was that too often the foreign water company raised the price of water, did a little bit of construction to expand the service network, but at the high price it could only be afforded by those who were relatively well off. The poor did not have access to water. So the result of this was that rather than expanding access to water, it was restricted. And many people in these developing countries believe that access to water is something that should not be determined by a market mechanism, but is a fundamental right, just like the right to live. And so that is why in country after country there have been protests over the privatization of water. And increasingly there's a global consensus that water is too important to leave to the private sector. That yes, there should be access to water, you need to have investment, but fundamentally controlling the access to water has to be a public responsibility. One of the reasons the privatization has not worked out as well as it was hoped was that the process itself has been badly flawed. People said one of the arguments for privatization was to get not only inefficient government, but corrupt government out of the way. I sometimes tell the story that it's as if the policy advisors from the IMF and the World Bank, they call them missionaries, the missions, like old missionaries, would go to these countries and say, you know you're corrupt, you need to privatize, you need to stop this corruption, and the government officials listening to it say, hallelujah, thank you for explaining to us. We didn't understand that we were corrupt. Now that you explain that we are corrupt, we will stop, we will privatize, we will become honest and turn it over to the private sector. That was sort of the dream of these missions as they went from the IMF and the World Bank. But of course what happened, they did say hallelujah. Thank you, because you now have explained a new way for us to get corruption. Before, we could only steal the annual flow. If a company made 100 million profit, maybe we could take 5 million or 10 million for ourselves. We would share some of it with our workers, but only a small fraction would go to the benefit of the country as a whole. But then they said, why do we need to share the potential theft with future politicians? If we privatize, we can sell the present discounted value, the profits, going for the next umpteen years into the future. We can sell it at a price that is far below the market value and get a kickback to ourselves. We'll make our friends or our relatives win the privatization. Of course, in the area of natural resources, there's a particular potential. We can sell something that's worth $1 billion for $50 million. And in fact, to make it even better, we can create a bank that will lend us the $50 million to buy the company, so we don't even need to have any money. So we can create a bank that will lend us the money in order for our friends to buy the company that's worth $1 billion, and then maybe we'll sell it, or maybe we'll just take the money for ourselves in one way or the other. The most outrageous example of this was, of course, in the case of Russia. The case of Russia, an enormously resource-rich country, it sold its vast natural resources to a group of people called the oligarchs. In return, they helped Yeltsin get reelected. That was a quid pro quo. But they sold these vast natural resources for a fraction, a pittance, a fraction of the value of those resources. So you have this rich country without enough resources even to pay the pension for the poor people. While a few people were becoming billionaires, multi-billionaires. You see them in Paris, you see them in London, buying up football clubs, buying up assets, buying up castles. While these few people were becoming billionaires, the government couldn't even pay $500 a year to the pensioners. People in Russia estimate that the amount of money that was stolen through these illegitimate privatizations is $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion. No wonder there's so little confidence in the market economy. Markets are just another name in their minds for theft. It would have been one thing if somehow the government was able to capture back the enormous gains that resulted from the greater efficiency. And in many cases, these became more efficient. But then the problem was these companies thought that they didn't even have to pay taxes. You privatized before you had an effective tax administration. And they were, as clever as they were in trying to increase the efficiency of the companies, they were even more clever in figuring out how to get the money out of the country and avoid taxation. But in fact, you set in motion a set of incentives that did not lead to economic growth. The result is that in the years after Russia began the move to a market economy, GDP fell by 40%. It was supposed to lead to unprecedented prosperity. It led to unprecedented poverty. You could understand the incentives. These oligarchs who were smart enough to get Yeltsin to turn over the country's assets to them for a pittance were smart enough to figure out that Yeltsin was not going to be in power forever. They were smart enough to figure out that his successor is going to want people who are loyal to his successor. And so their incentive was to take money out of the country. They could have the advantage of the rule of law outside of Russia and the lack of the rule of law inside of Russia. The absence of the rule of law meant that they could steal assets, strip assets in Russia, and once they took their money out of the country, they could have all the protection that they needed in Europe or in the United States. So they had the best of all possible worlds. And so that's what happened. And of course, the IMF pushed the notion of capital market liberalization, that you should be able to move capital freely. Their theory was that somehow capital market liberalization would lead to capital coming into the country. But it was a little bit like opening up the door of a birdcage and hoping the birds would fly into the birdcage. What happened was that the birds flew out of the birdcage. And that's what happened. And as the capital left the country, the economy went down. It's only been as the price of oil has increased from $20 a barrel to $70 a barrel that Russia has finally begun to grow. But its growth has not been a robust growth. Many of us worry that if the price of oil returns to a more normal level, its growth will be stifled. But Russia simply illustrates the problems that one sees in country after country, that privatization did not lead to the expected benefits for the country as a whole, but did lead to enormous inequality, lead to enormous well-being, a few people being extremely well off. And that is one of the reasons why today there's a more balanced view about privatization. Yes, governments often are not the best producers of oil. They're often inefficient. Yes, governments are often, they should be focusing on providing social services. But in many developing countries, there is still an important role for government, particularly in its catalytic role. We need to learn how to make governments more efficient, and we need to strengthen the private sector. So it's by having this two-tier strategy, improving the efficiency of the public sector and strengthening the private sector, that you're going to have enhanced growth. There are other examples of problems of privatization, even in advanced industrial countries. We see the problems of even in environments where we think the institutions work extremely well. The UK has had enormous problems in the privatization of railroads. They privatized the railroads in such a way as that one company owned the roadbed, another company owned the cars, another company owned the management. And when there's a problem, each blamed the other. And the result have been there have been a large number of crashes. The quality has not been what it should be. There has been general dissatisfaction with this kind of privatization. I was involved in one of the privatizations of the United States, which I thought was also not a model. In fact, it was a model of how things should not be done. The United States, at one time, there was a joke that when Thatcher was privatizing so many industries in the UK, Reagan felt very embarrassed because he had nothing to privatize. In America, there were very few government enterprises. He privatized a $2 million Texas plant making helium, but that's nothing to compare with what Margaret Thatcher was doing in the UK. Well, in the late 80s, somebody came up with an idea of privatizing. That's something that the United States could privatize that very few other countries could privatize. Why don't we privatize making atomic bombs? There are only a few countries that make atomic bombs, and no one has even thought of the idea of privatizing making atomic bombs. Well, I'm exaggerating, but exaggerating just a little bit. The idea was not privatizing making atomic bombs, but privatizing making the enriched uranium that is the critical ingredient. We've all been following the enormous controversy about Iran. What is that controversy about? It's about our worry about Iran making enriched uranium that could be the critical ingredient in making an atomic bomb. The joke is that once you have that critical ingredient, you can look up on the internet how to make the rest of the atomic bomb. Many of us thought it was not a good idea to turn over making enriched uranium to a private company, because the private company, maximizing its profits, would probably sell it to a rogue state. We don't want profit maximization in the sale of enriched uranium. We want strict controls. And yet, both the Bush administration and the Clinton administration went ahead with the privatization of making enriched uranium. What made it particularly unsavory was the fact that the Clinton administration had come up with a brilliant idea of converting warheads into swords into plows, converting the warheads of nuclear missiles into de-enriched uranium, which could be used in atomic power plants. So you'd have them ship this over to the United States, de-enrich, use in private power plants. So it could not be used for weapons. It was a brilliant idea, but then they made one mistake. They said, we'll turn over the responsibility for importing to the U.S. Enrichment Corporation. But once we privatized, the incentive of the U.S. Enrichment Corporation was not to have this flow, this additional flow of enriched uranium. Because with this additional flow, the price of enriched uranium would go down, their profits would be lowered. So their incentive was to keep it in Russia, to keep it in the form of nuclear warheads. They said, trust us. We will do what's in the best interest of the United States and the world. I said, I understand economic incentives. And your whole argument for privatizing is that economic incentives are going to lead you to do the right thing. But in this case, economic incentives are going to lead you to do the wrong thing. And then we uncovered a secret deal in which this U.S. Enrichment Corporation was offered by Russia that it would accelerate the transmission of this enriched uranium to the United States for de-enriching. And the U.S. Enrichment Corporation responded by saying, no, we'll pay you $50 million, go away. But you have to promise to be secret about it, because if this became known, the whole thing will blow up. Fortunately, somebody leaked the information to my office, and it caused an enormous, as you could expect, an enormous amount of a political scandal in the United States. But nonetheless, they went ahead with privatization. Well, even that process of privatization has been tarnished by allegations of corruption. The way it was conducted, a limited amount of bidding, details meant that the government probably got much less for the privatization that it should have, and the Wall Street firm that conducted the privatization probably got much more than it should have. Some people did very well by it, but the U.S. government did not. This problem of being tarnished by these privatizations affects every institution. It's pervasive. It's extremely hard to make privatization work well. One of the most scandalous stories involves in the United States involved the Harvard that was given the responsibility of helping Russia do its privatization. The president of Harvard, Larry Summers, at the time was Undersecretary of Treasury. Undersecretary of Treasury was very much involved in the whole Russia transition. And a very close friend of his, Andrei Schleifer, was sent over under contract through Harvard from the U.S. aid, the U.S. Development Assistance Administration, to help Russia privatize. But once over, the temptation to engage in insider trading, to take advantage of the access that, as an advisor, take advantage of the inside information proved irresistible. And it was not just a few years later, in 1997, that the scandal broke out. And the U.S. government stopped the grant to Harvard. It sued. It took years and years to wend its way through the court. And just within the last year, there's been an out-of-court settlement. Harvard had to pay more than $25 million to the U.S. government as a result of its failure to administer the program without the conflicts of interest. Legal fees are estimated by some to be in the millions of dollars, some estimated over $15 million. Schleifer was imposed, had to pay a fine of more than $2 million. So here you have one of the most respected institutions in the United States tarnished by the process of privatization in Russia. And I mention that to illustrate how difficult it is, the temptations that are offered that result in the process, and how often it works out not in the interest of the country, but in the interest of a particular few people who benefit from the process itself. The issue of when and where you privatize is an enormously complex one, but what is clear is that in many cases where there are limited competition and a broad array of social objectives, making privatization work is not going to be easy, and the risk of failure is going to be very high. If you have a successful government-run enterprise, there's an old expression in English which says, if it's not broken, why fix it? If you have a successful enterprise that's working, strong question, why privatize? So unfortunately, for those who want a simple answer that say privatize or don't privatize, there is no simple answer. What is true is that those who think that privatization is a magical solution to all of society's problems, that is not true. One of the other problems with the privatization is presented in many countries, and Argentina illustrates this, is that it gives countries a false sense of income. They privatize, that gives them revenue, and they are tempted to spend that revenue. The point, of course, is that what you are doing is you're selling an asset, and if you consume the proceeds of that, you're poor. GDP may not show up in GDP. That is to say, it may be that as a result of spending the money, you can have a boom. That's what happened in Argentina. They had a consumption-based boom. The economy looked very strong. But the economy was actually getting poorer because the assets that had been built up over years and years and years, investments and in the public utilities, the public enterprises, were being eaten, were being consumed. And so, a few years later, the country is poorer than it was in the beginning. I've described the problems confronting globalization, the reason that globalization should have enriched incomes, but the reason why it so often failed. I've described the role of the corporations, exemplified it in the areas of privatization, intellectual property. That leads to the next natural question: what can be done? How can we make globalization work? Are there reforms? I think the answer is yes. It's not just one thing, but it's many things. Any one won't be determinative of changing the balance, but if we do many of them, I think we can change the nature, the way globalization works, and we can make it work more for the developing countries, for the poor people in the advanced industrial countries, for the poor people in the developing countries. What are some of these changes? Well, the first has to do with trade agreements. I described before the fact that trade agreements have been unfair. They've been unfair to the developing countries. There's a whole long list of reforms that would make them fair. The trade discussions that began in Doha in November of 2001 were called a development round. I had actually gone to the WTO March of 1999, before the new round was supposed to begin, laid out from the perspective of the chief economist of the World Bank why the previous rounds had failed, and argued that they ought to change, they ought to have a development round that would promote development. And I described what that would be. What has emerged since then has not been a development round. It doesn't deserve that name. It has been a lot of old recipes put up in new garb, but it's not a set of reforms that will really promote the development of the poorest countries of the world. The area that has gotten the most attention is agriculture, and agriculture is important. But it's only one of several things that needs to be changed. The trade agreements have also been suppressing industrialization. It was very natural for these countries that are producing agricultural goods to move up in the value chain, to start producing canned fruits and vegetables, marmalades, all kinds of processing, food processing. It would provide more employment. These are labor-intensive industries. It represents their comparative advantage. But the advanced industrial countries have a structure of what is called escalating tariffs. They allow the raw goods, the raw tomatoes, the raw oranges, to go into the country free. But then they put a tariff on the processed good. And of course that means, in effect, there's a very high tariff on the activity of processing. If you have a tariff of 25% on, say, canned tomatoes, and the raw material tomatoes represent 50% of the value of canned tomatoes, then in effect you have a 50% tariff on the process of canning. And that makes it almost impossible for a developing country to compete. So we need to get rid of these escalating tariffs. Probably the most important reform we need is to recognize that developing countries are different. Well, what developed countries do can have an enormous impact in developing countries. The reverse is not true. When the United States or Europe subsidizes milk, it depresses the global price of milk. If Jamaica subsidizes the price of milk, it has no effect on anybody. There's an important implication of this. The developing countries should be allowed to have broader scope for their own trade and subsidy and development policies. Development is hard enough by itself. Putting additional constraints makes it more and more difficult. United States, Europe, in the early stages of their development, had all kinds of government protection. United States steel industry developed behind high steel tariffs. Same thing is true of many countries in Europe. Today, developing countries are told, you can't do that. There's an expression for this. Many developing countries describe what the advanced industrial countries is doing as kicking away the ladder. You've climbed up the ladder using these various things, and now you want to kick it away to make sure that we can't climb up. We can give advice to developing countries. We can say, what we did was wrong, we shouldn't have done that. But they should be given scope for doing what they think is best for themselves. What is clear is the advice that they've gotten from the foreigners has so often not worked out. Part of the reason why there have been so few cases of success. Another area where the trade agreements need to change focuses on labor-intensive services and labor migration itself. There's been a lot of discussion about opening up markets for services, but they've all been skill-intensive services, like financial services, IT services, but not the kinds of services that are the comparative advantage of developing countries, like maritime services or construction services. It's very clear the reason for this. It's not based on any principle. It's based on power, realpolitik. Advanced industrial countries can say, we care about financial services. That's our comparative advantage. We demand that you open up your markets to our the services that are comparative advantage. On the other hand, we're not going to open up our ports to your ships. We're not going to open up our ports to your to maritime services or construction services, because we don't want competition in the areas that represent your strength. And that is why these trade negotiations have, there's such an element of hypocrisy, and why there's such an anti-trade movement in the developing countries. What they see the advanced industrial countries as saying, we believe in exports, but not imports. But trade, of course, involves both exports and imports. What they see is the hypocrisy of the North. I think the developing countries could gain from trade if it proceeds in the right way. But if we are going to sell that agenda to the developing countries, we have to sell it to ourselves first. And that means stopping the hypocrisy. And that means, in turn, saying if we're going to open up services, we have to have both skill-intensive and unskill-intensive services. The advanced industrial countries have talked about the value of opening up markets to the flow of capital, that everybody benefits. As an economist looking at the global economy, the gains that would result from opening up the flows of labor are an order of magnitude greater. The differences in return to capital across countries are relatively small. The differences in the return to labor are enormous. Already, remittances from migrant labor in Europe and the United States to developing countries is enormous. In fact, today, many countries in Latin America receive more in remittances than they do in foreign direct investments. Remittances has become the most important source of foreign exchange. And yet, migration is enormously limited. Now, we understand why. We understand the social consequences, the difficulties that migration presents. And yet, if we are going to be honest about liberalization, if we're going to advocate capital market liberalization, which puts enormous amounts of strains as well, we have to be more open to labor market migration. Limited, perhaps, but even expanding to a limited extent, migration can be of enormous benefit to the developing countries. Another area of important reform in the trade agenda has to do with non-tariff barriers. As tariffs have come down, protectionist sentiment has not been eliminated, and not surprisingly, non-tariff barriers have increased enormously. Enormous barrier to trade. These can be fine-tuned, targeted against developing countries. And unfortunately, that has happened all too often. We have a double standard. Goods that come from abroad are treated differently from goods from a home. Goods from abroad face the charges of dumping when they're sold at a below cost, as measured in an artificial way. If we use the standard that we use for judging whether there's an unfair trade practice, if we use that standard that we use domestically, almost no dumping duties would ever be leveled. Dumping duties are these duties that are levied when firms are accused of selling below cost. Firms don't sell below cost because they would be losing money. But when they're accused to do it, you do an artificial calculation of cost and you put a tariff basically that gets the price up. On the other hand, if you use the standards that are used against foreign companies back in the United States or in Europe, almost all companies would be guilty of dumping. So we have a double standard. There is absolutely no reason to have that double standard. Trade relations between Australia and New Zealand, they have unified the standard, so there's one standard. That's another example of a reform that we could do that would really create a fair trade regime. The bottom line is that one of the reasons that free and fair trade has not worked is we haven't tried it. We don't have a free and fair trade regime. We have a trade regime that is riddled with subsidies, protections, and particularly is an unlevel playing field towards the developing countries. A second area in which there needs to be reform is intellectual property. Intellectual property protections, as I said before, are important. But the intellectual property regime that's appropriate for the developing countries is different from that for the advanced industrial countries. We have to recognize that their development is going to require access to knowledge. And at the same time, we have to recognize that their traditional knowledge has to get more protection. We have to recognize that we need to promote research into the diseases that affect the developing countries. But the current system is not working. And this is a fact that has recently been recognized by the World Health Organization. There are proposals. There's a bill in the U.S. Congress that actually directs it, trying to address the problem. What is called a medical prize fund. You have a prize out there for innovators, researchers that come up with innovations that make a difference. If you make an innovation that's another Me Too drug, just like a drug that everybody else makes, you don't get very much. If you make an innovation with fewer side effects, you get something. If you make a new drug that really breaks into new territory, a vaccine against malaria, then you get an enormous amount. Drugs that are important, that are life-saving, affect the lives and productivity of millions and billions of people, will get a huge reward. The world ought to be spending a lot in research on AIDS and AIDS vaccines and malaria vaccines, things that affect TB, things that affect people, billions of people in the developing world. We aren't spending the money. An alternative system could actually get more success by spending less money. We need to change the way we regulate corporations. Europe, the United States, have learned how to regulate corporations. We have learned that we need to regulate corporations to make market economy work. No one believes in unfettered capitalism. We know that market economy has enormous amount of power, but we know that unless we channel this power, we can get the kinds of abuses that we saw in the corporate scandals of the 1990s. So the market economy and the government need to work together. For the past quarter century, the world has been marked by an enormous amount of economic instability. At the end of the 90s, we saw crises in Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, Russia. Shortly thereafter, we saw crises in Brazil, Argentina. In fact, over the last 30 years, there have been crises in more than 100 countries. It's more unusual for a country not to have had a crisis than to have had a crisis. These crises have had an enormous toll on the people living in these countries. In this talk today, what I want to do is talk about what are the causes of those crises, what are the consequences of the crises, and what can be done about it. But the crises themselves are the tip of an iceberg, a symptom of something else, something more fundamental wrong with the global financial system, the global economy. As another manifestation of that something is wrong is the fact that money is flowing from the less developed countries to the more developed countries. It's like water flowing uphill. One would have thought that the rich countries would be sending money to the poor countries, but just the opposite has been happening for the last several years. And while money is flowing from the developing countries to the developed, risk is flowing the other way. The rich countries are in a better position to absorb the enormous risk of interest rate and exchange rate volatility in global economy, and yet the poor countries are forced to bear the consequences. This is surprising given the fact that Wall Street and financial markets all over the world pride themselves on their ability to slice and dice risk. All kinds of new risk products, derivatives have come up, and yet it is still the case that developing countries bear the enormous burden of risk and volatility. The consequences of this risk and volatility of these crises are enormous, both for the developed and the developing world. Europe has seen the consequence as the exchange rates fluctuated, discouraged investment. Europe has found the value of the euro go from below $1 to the euro to up to $1.30 to the euro. At those high exchange rates, it's very hard for Europe to export goods, no matter what increase in productivity its firms would able to manage. No matter how hard its workers work, with exchange rates like that, it's hard to compete. But as difficult as the problems are for Europe and for the advanced industrial countries, matters are far worse for the developing world. When the economy suffers as a result of a high exchange rate and a volatility, at least people in Europe have strong safety nets. At least people in Europe have, many of them at least have bank accounts. There's unemployment insurance. There's something to fall back on. In the developing world, governments are too poor. If they provide a safety net, it's very meager. Money spent on the safety net is money taken away from development, so necessary for their growth to help them move out of poverty. What they've gained in the short run, while capital flowed into the country, is lost as the economy plummets, and a recession puts them back years in their strategy for economic growth and reduction of poverty. I saw this firsthand in the 90s when I visited Indonesia, Thailand, and Korea in the midst of their great crises of those years. These countries were countries that had grown enormously during the preceding 30 years, the fastest growth that one had seen anywhere in the world. They had been growing at 5, 6, 7%. Not only were there growth enormous, the fruits of that growth were widely shared. So poverty had come down, literacy up, health standards were up. These were what we thought of as real success cases. Not only were they successful in growth, but they had avoided much of the volatility that other countries had experienced. Other countries affected by crises, 2 had not had a single year of downturn, and 2 had only 1 year of downturn in a span of 30 years. So if you looked at what they had done, it was an enormous success. And yet, when you saw the consequences, it was devastating. People who had migrated from the rural areas and searched for better jobs, found better jobs, and income's gone up, had to go back to the rural sector. As they went back to the rural sector in Thailand, for instance, wages in the rural sector fell enormously. In the case of Indonesia and the central island of Java, unemployment reached over 40%. In the Great Depression in Europe and the United States in the 30s, unemployment reached 25, 30%, but never levels of like 40%. You could feel, you could see what the devastation, the economic devastation. In Korea, people took their gold rings and jewelry, brought it down to the government, turned it over because they wanted to help their country recover. It was an enormous manifestation of solidarity of the people of Korea. People were wandering, men were wandering in the parks because they didn't want to go home and tell their wives they had lost their jobs. It was an event of enormous consequence. The question is, what causes these crises, and what can be done about it? As the countries of East Asia emerged from the crisis, the Prime Minister of Thailand talked about the class of '97, countries that had learned the hard way the lessons of economic instability. They'd learned the lessons of mistrust in some ways of Western financial markets. Money had flowed in, then all of a sudden flowed out, leaving their economy in an absolute mess. The question is, what were the underlying causes? Of course there were many. Any event of this magnitude has many, many causes. Countries didn't manage their economy perfectly. Volatility in international markets played an important role. But when you see country after country facing a crisis, when you see countries that had been so successful in managing their economy also fall prey to these enormous problems, you have to ask, is there something wrong with the overall global financial system and the way it's been managed? And the answer is, I believe, yes. Well, what were the underlying forces that lead to these problems in East Asia in the late 90s and Latin America in the early days of this decade, and today all over the world an enormous amount of volatility and exchange rates? One can look at the causes both in the short run and in the long run. In the short run, there's no doubt that the most important cause of global financial instability today are the global imbalances, the most important global imbalance being caused by the United States. The United States has been running a huge trade deficit. In effect, the United States has been buying more from abroad than it is selling. It is borrowing from abroad. Here you have the world's richest country not able to live within its means, borrowing between $2 and $3 billion a day from countries that are much poorer. At the same time, of course, it's lecturing to other countries that they need to live within their means. But if the richest country in the world can't live within its means, how can you expect countries that are so much poorer to face up to reality? What is the cause of America's problem? Well, we can again look at the short-run problem, and then a little later I'm going to talk about the long-run problem. The short-run problem is quite clear. The U.S. government cut its taxes well beyond its ability to afford it. It cut the taxes for the richest people in the richest country in the world. The result is the U.S. government had a surplus government revenue over expenditures of 2% of GDP, of its total income per year, when President Bush became the president. He quickly turned that around, first into a 3% and then into a 5% of deficit of GDP. Since then, growth and changes have still left the U.S. economy with a 3 to 4% deficit of GDP. When the United States is not able to finance its own government expenditures, it has to borrow. But it can either borrow from its own citizens or borrow from abroad. But here's the second problem. America, the American citizens, are not willing to save. In fact, last year, for the first time since the Great Depression, America as a whole, the country as a whole, consumed more than it made. Savings rate, household savings rates became negative. So, with American citizens not saving, the only alternative was to borrow abroad. And that's why you wound up with this huge huge trade deficit. And these problems of what are called the twin deficits, the fiscal deficits lead to trade deficits, we've seen over and over again in the history of economies. It's a very natural phenomena. If the government has to borrow from abroad, and if its citizens aren't going to save, it has to borrow from abroad, and that leads to the trade deficit, and that's what we've seen going on today. Why does that lead to instability? Well, the reason is pretty clear. With the United States borrowing $700-800 billion a year, question is, at some point, when will people say, that's enough? They will stop lending to the United States. Question then is, what will happen? There is an enormous amount of uncertainty. And this uncertainty is what feeds into an instability that we've seen. Of course, there are fluctuations on a year-to-year basis. The United States, for instance, last year had what might be called a partial tax amnesty. It said companies, if you bring your profits back into the United States in the next year, will give you a big discount rather than paying the normal 30% plus in taxes. You can get away with a little bit more than 5% taxes. And that meant money flowed into the United States, corporate profits, huge amounts of repatriation, in a sense, a really unfair trade action. But that strengthened the U.S. exchange rate, made the dollar stronger for just a short period of time. And now we are in again a process of seeing a weaker dollar. So this is the short run, the major source of instability in the global economy today. Of course, the United States blames others. It says the real problem is not what it's doing, but China. But we have to look at these numbers in perspective. China has a very large trade surplus with the United States, but that's what's called a bilateral trade surplus. What you need to do is look not at the trade surplus of China with the United States, but look at its multilateral trade position. Looking at, it buys more oil from the Middle East, it sells more to the United States. How does it all balance out? When the United States first brought these charges against China, China's trade surplus was very small. It was under $30 billion. And in fact, if you looked at the numbers more carefully, there were some problems of under-invoicing and over-invoicing of exports and imports, the result of which was that if you looked at the numbers more carefully, it wasn't even clear that they had any significant trade surplus from a multilateral point of view at all. There was no way that you can blame China when its trade surplus is $30 billion and the United States trade deficit is $600 billion to say that China is the source of global imbalances. Now, since then, China has continued to grow, and it's continued to manage its growth in exports that are far faster than its growth of imports. And so China's trade surplus today is larger than it was when these allegations were first brought. And I think in all fairness, one can say that today China is becoming a more significant part of the problem than it was 2 or 3 years ago. But still, when you look at the overall magnitude, the $800 billion of trade deficit on the United States and the trade surpluses on the part of China and Japan and other countries, it is clear that the major source of global imbalance is the United States. And it's also clear that it is the major source of global financial instability. And so when you have the world's only superpower, the country that should be the leader, setting the role model, in the position of actually fiscal and economic irresponsibility, it is not a surprise at all that the world faces such instability. Part of the reason, of course, is that the United States can get away with it. If this were a smaller country, if the United States were a smaller country, it would be punished by the markets already. They would not let it get away with this kind of borrowing over and over and over again. The United States has moved in the span of 20 years from the world's largest creditor to the largest debtor. And it's precisely because people are beginning to get worried, ask the question, is this sustainable, that there is such uncertainty in global financial markets today. My predecessor as chief economist, the head of the Council of Economic Advisors, once said that which is not sustainable won't be sustained. And I believe he's right. The United States trade deficit is not sustainable. Its borrowing from abroad is not sustainable. And it is right for the world to be worried. What will happen? Will it unravel in a short period of time in a crisis, or more gradually with a gradual weakening of the dollar a strengthening euro, problems facing Europe as Europe tries to export. It is not clear at this juncture. But what is clear is the kinds of economic imbalances which have characterized the world, the kind of economic policies which the United States has pursued over the last 5 years are not sustainable and have had enormous cost to the world economy. The cost of global instability for countries in the developing world is enormous. When the United States, in a period in which again it paid less attention to pursuing good economic policies in the late 70s, let itself face very high inflation, turned around and said we have to do something about it. Under chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, Paul Volcker, it raised interest rates to very high levels, to unprecedented levels. Interest rates rose to numbers in excess of 20%. When it did that, it paid very little attention to the global economic consequences. Of course, with the United States in the center of the global economy, it should and needs to pay attention to these global economic consequences. And I'll come back to this theme in a few minutes. The theme is that in a world of globalization, what the major countries do, and in particular what the United States does, has global reverberations. But unfortunately, when it comes to making decisions, it focuses on its own consequences. It doesn't focus on the consequence for the global economy. And so, just as it was running its huge deficits under President Bush, it paid little attention to the consequences for global economic instability, the consequences to Europe of a strengthening exchange rate, the consequences of instability. So too, in the late 70s, it paid little attention when it started raising interest rates. Latin America had borrowed enormously, mainly from the United States and from other countries, during the 70s to avoid the enormous economic downturn that the high oil prices had inflicted on much of the rest of the world at that time. And in the 70s, Latin America had avoided the major downturn that so many other countries had faced. It had borrowed, not outrageously, but it had become in debt. It was a level of debt that it could manage, so long as interest rates remained at moderate levels. No one had anticipated interest rates rising to levels of 15 or 20%. And when they did, the debt became unsustainable. Well-functioning capital markets would have put the burden of the risk of these interest rate fluctuations or exchange rate fluctuations on the advanced industrial countries and the countries that could afford it much more easily. But global financial markets do not work well, and the burden was placed on Latin America. The result was that country after country could not meet their debt obligations. They went bankrupt, they went into default, and there resulted what has been called the lost decade. There was no way of dealing adequately with the default. Countries started to send money back to the United States, to Washington, to repay the debts. Again, the flow of money went from the poor to the rich. The growth was slowed down, and poverty increased. For virtually a decade, Latin America stagnated. This is an example of the consequences of the failure of the current system where risk is imposed on the poorest countries of the world. I saw another example, and a few years ago I was visiting Moldova. Moldova is one of the former Soviet Union republics, had been one of the more prosperous of the republics, mainly agricultural country. But since the end of communism, fall of the Berlin Wall, becoming independent, it has had an enormously difficult time. The transition from communism to a market economy was supposed to bring unprecedented prosperity. Their incomes were supposed to soar. Instead, their incomes fell. Their incomes have fallen by 70%. And with that, the revenue of the government. But almost 3/4 of the income of the government was being used to service the debt. So while the government revenue had shrunk, most of the government revenue, 3/4, were being sent abroad to service the foreign debt. You can ask, how could that happen when a few short years earlier, Moldova had almost no debt? And the answer again comes from the fact that Moldova was forced to bear the risk of exchange rate fluctuations. It bore the cost of this enormous international instability. It had borrowed, and on the advice of others, it had borrowed not in its own exchange, in its own currency, but in hard currencies, euro or dollars, or currencies linked to the ruble. But when the ruble fell, the value of its debt increased enormously. And as the value of its debt increased enormously, it was placed in this very difficult position of having to pay back a larger and larger fraction of its GDP, to the point, as I said, where 3/4 of the income of the government were being spent on servicing the debt. As you visit Moldova, you see a country in the process of what I would call de-development, going back from cars to horses, streets marked by potholes, no lighting in the city. I was there in a period in which one of the friends of our group, daughter, had to go to the hospital. But the hospital ran out of oxygen. What is it to us? Something we take for granted. The availability of oxygen in the hospital to them was an unaffordable luxury, and she died. So these are the kinds of consequences that are felt at the level of the individuals, of the countries, of the current system, which imposes enormous risk on those least able to bear it. Matters are in some ways even worse, because the way globalization has been managed not only has forced the developing countries to bear the lion's share of the risk of exchange rate and interest rate fluctuations, but has actually led to greater instability. The most important single factor, I believe, in contributing to the East Asia crisis, the major lesson of the class of '97, those who went through this crisis and asked the question, what caused the problem, was the fact that they had liberalized their capital markets too quickly. They were told by the US Treasury and the IMF that they should allow short-term capital to move freely into their country. Before that, many of them had opened up their economies to foreign direct investment that brought with it access to markets, technology, training. But the speculative money was quite different. You can't build factories on the basis of money that can come in and out overnight. Some people said, open up your markets to short-term capital, and it will provide discipline. But the problem with this kind of discipline is it's the wrong kind of discipline. If you want discipline, you want somebody to discipline you with the same objective. The short-term speculators were not interested in long-term economic growth, well-being of the citizens. They were not interested in increases of wages, low unemployment. They were interested in one thing, the returns in their capital in the next 30 days, 7 days, 24 hours. Moreover, these short-term capital markets are extraordinarily fickle. It may become a fad for everybody to go into some market, and then all of a sudden, it becomes a fad to go into somebody else. So capital can flow in and then flow out, leaving in its wake an enormous amount of devastation When it comes in, yes, there is economic growth, but the capital coming in isn't used to build factories. Too often used, if it's used at all, to fuel consumption boom. But when it leaves out, there isn't any capital, there hasn't been growth on which it's been based, and the country is left to pay the bill. This is what happened in East Asia, the part of the world which didn't need the additional capital. After all, these countries were saving 30% of GDP, and some of the countries were saving even more than 30% of GDP. They were finding it a hard time to save to invest well all they were saving. They had no need to open up their market to these short-term, destabilizing, speculative money. But they were put under enormous pressure by the IMF and the US Treasury to open up their markets. So while they didn't get very much benefit in terms of capital coming in, because they didn't need that extra capital, they paid an enormous price when the capital went out. One of the lessons is that countries need to be more prudent, more thoughtful in the pacing, sequencing when they open up their capital markets. For a country like the United States or for Western Europe, they have the institutions, the ability to withstand this kind of instability. But interestingly, even Europe grew far faster in the periods in which it did not have this kind of capital market liberalization. But Europe waited until well into several decades after World War II before it liberalized its capital markets. So it was well on the success of it was already an advanced industrial country. And yet the IMF and the US Treasury put enormous pressure on these poor countries still at the early stages of their development, where they're really not capable of withstanding the vicissitudes of these global financial short-term capital flows. Even advocates of capital market, like Paul Volcker, people who believe that capital markets can perform an important function, have recognized the enormous cost that they can bring about, and that developing countries need to be very careful in opening up their markets. A number of metaphors capture what went on in the late 90s and provide an important warning for other countries. They describe it as if you led a boat onto a rough sea. Before you trained the captain, before you made sure that the ship was really seaworthy, before you equipped it with life vests to protect people in the case of a storm. And what's worse, you let it out into the roughest part of the sea. Inevitably, no matter how well it was managed, it would have been hit by a wave from the side and toppled over. That is like what was imposed on these countries. And another metaphor talks about capital markets being like a road and a car, that you gave these countries a souped-up car with a strong engine before you checked the tires. And so you put your teenage son, before you trained him about how to drive, and he put his foot on the pedal before you checked that the brakes could work. Now, some people said the solution is to make a wider road. But the real problem is to make a safer car. And when you see wrecks at a road, in the same place in the road, year after year, you have to come to the conclusion that the road was not well designed. You have to have cars and roads to be driven by mortals, by ordinary individuals, not by superhumans. And clearly, the global financial system, the way we've designed it, is not made to be handled by ordinary countries with ordinary leadership. And so that leads to the saying we have to change the system. We have to think about how we can make our global financial system work better. Now, of course, we would like it to be the case that we eliminate the sources of instability. We're never going to be able to do that. But what we can do is both reduce the degree of instability and make sure that the developing countries face less of the consequences and are better able to cope with the enormous instability that is, no matter how well we do, that is going to still be there. Well, what are some of the reforms that can make a difference? One of the reforms is changing the way we manage globalization, the global financial markets. One of the major themes that I've been emphasizing is that economic globalization has outpaced political globalization. We have central banks within each of our countries that try to manage the economy as a whole, to stabilize the economy. We've become, as a world, very highly interdependent. But we don't have the global institutions to manage a globally interdependent economy. We can see that if we turn to one of the major sets of institutions that we have to try to iron out some of the problems, what's called the G8. The leaders of the 8 major countries of the world, the United States, UK, Japan, Germany, France, 8 countries get together to try to discuss mainly economic issues, but increasingly broadening out beyond the economic issues. But China's not invited, India's not invited, 2 countries that have close to 50% of the world's population. Now, in the last couple of years, the United States has been saying the major problem in global financial instability, the major problem is China's exchange rate and the instability that that gives rise to. Now, I believe the United States diagnosis is wrong. But whether it's right or wrong, the point is, how can you have a meaningful discussion about global instability, arguing that China is the source of the problem, and not have China a member of the club that makes the decision about what to do? Clearly, our institutions that we have today are not well suited for dealing with the problems of a globally interdependent economy. Now, we do have one institution that was set up at the end of World War II, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. Before World War II, there had been the Great Depression. Unemployment in the United States and Europe reached 25%. It was a major problem. World War II had solved the problem of depression, but there was a worry by Keynes and by others that at the end of World War II, the world would slip back into recession. And so an international institution was founded, the IMF, to try to make sure that there was global stability. It was worried about some of the problems that had confronted the world in the late 20s and 30s. As each country saw its economy decline, it tried to lower its exchange rate. It was called competitive devaluation. It thought by lowering exchange rate, it could sell more, but of course, its gains were at the expense of other countries. So, just like today, the United States has been trying to lower its exchange rate, gaining more sales, but at the expense of Europe. And the point of the IMF, one of the reasons for having the IMF was to try to stop this kind of competitive devaluation that was based on one country gaining at the expense of another. It was also founded on the basis of another global problem, and that was that many countries needed to spend money to stimulate their economy. That was one of the Keynes' major insights, that spending money could help stimulate the economy and bring it out of a recession. Keynes was one of the intellectual godfathers of the International Monetary Fund. But many countries did not have the ability to borrow to fund that kind of government spending. The IMF could lend money to countries to help them be able to stimulate their economy. It recognized that a weakness in one economy had consequences for another. It was like what we call an externality. One weak economy has consequences for others. If it is weak, it's not going to buy as much from others, and that will hurt other economies. So it recognized early on that we are very interdependent, and weaknesses in one part of the system are going to have consequences for others. But unfortunately, when the IMF was established, one fundamental mistake was made. Governance of this institution was turned over to central banks and finance ministers. It was a natural decision. But unfortunately, finance ministers and central banks have a mindset which focuses mostly on financial markets and their interest, on bond markets and their interest. So each mindset was really focused on inflation, not on unemployment, not on economic growth. Keynes was aware of this kind of problem because in arguing for those policies of government spending to stimulate the economy, he had fought very strongly against those from financial markets who wanted to do just the opposite. President Hoover in the United States had pursued a strategy of responding to the economic recession, which had led to government deficits as government revenue went down, and said we ought to cut spending to get rid of the deficit, and that will restore confidence. But of course, you can't restore confidence in an economy in a recession, a depression, when 1 out of 4 people are out of jobs. That's not going to work. And so the result of all this was that there had been an enormous debate, and economic science had strongly come out in favor of Keynesian economics, the view that when you have an economic downturn, you need to stimulate the economy through lowering interest rates, spending more money, cutting taxes, even if that results in deficits. But with financial markets, with central bank governors, with finance ministers in charge, some of the old ways of thinking prevailed. And so what happened as time went on, you had the IMF focusing not on the problem of global financial stability, focusing not on the problem of unemployment, focusing not on the problem of helping the global economy grow, but focusing far more on the interest of the creditor countries and their financial institutions. The consequences have become apparent. For instance, one of the things that it did was to encourage countries to liberalize their capital markets, open up the capital markets to short-term capital flows. These destabilizing flows that were at the source of the instability of the crises in the late 90s. Ironically, in 1997, the IMF actually went to its annual meeting and asked for a change in its charter to allow it to push countries around the world to liberalize their capital markets. I didn't understand. I was at the time chief economist of the World Bank. I asked the IMF, where's your evidence that this is going to promote economic growth? Before you make a major change like this, surely you must have evidence that this is going to be good for the countries. At the World Bank, we had done a number of studies which showed that it had led to more economic instability. Capital coming in, leading to a boom, capital going out, leading to an even worse downturn. They hadn't done the studies. They said, we know it's true. We don't need to see the proof. It was a matter of ideology. I think it was also a matter of interest. The financial markets made money when the capital moved in. The financial markets made money when the capital went out. The financial markets made money when there was a recession because as companies went bankrupt, they had to be restructured, and the investment banks made money because they helped do the restructuring. So they made money whether there was success or whether there was failure. What was important to them was to have money moving and going back and forth. That was what they made the money from. So they were fundamentally reflecting the interest of these financial markets. And for them, evidence that it was good for the growth of developing countries was not necessary. Eventually, the IMF decided to look at the evidence. In the early years of the current decade, they did a study, and they came to the only conclusion that they could come, that in many of the developing countries, they did not produce economic growth, but it did produce economic instability. Too late for the countries that have been devastated. Too late for the countries that had borne the consequences of listening to their advice at the time. But at least they had the honesty of coming out with the right conclusion. As they wrote the report, they didn't understand. They said, this is against economic theory. But it wasn't against economic theory. It was against their economic theory. But their economic theory assumed markets were perfect and they worked perfectly. There was perfect information. But of course, anybody who understands markets understands that their markets are imperfect and that there is imperfect information. That's what they make money off of, after all. Anybody that understands financial markets knows that bankers like to lend to people who don't need it. And as soon as the countries showed that they needed the money, they wanted their money back. What should have been obvious to them came as a revelation and was inconsistent with their theory. To me, it was very painful because, in fact, progress in economic theory over the last quarter century had focused exactly on this issue of how do markets work with imperfect information. We had shown that there was credit rationing. We had come to understand so much better why it was that with imperfect information and these problems of imperfect capital market liberalization would actually lead to more instability. So economic theory actually predicted what we observed. But the combination of ideology, old-fashioned economics, and special interest that led the IMF to push their particular agenda. Not only had they pushed this agenda which had led to more instability, when the countries faced the consequences of these mistaken policies, again the IMF turned to ideology and the interest that they reflected financial markets rather than the growth and well-being of the countries involved. Standard prescription, as I said before, for what you do when an economy goes into a downturn is to increase expenditures, cut taxes, lower interest rates, stimulate the economy. Even the United States under President Bush, a conservative, has adopted those policies in the early years of this decade as the American economy went into a recession. But in IMF economics, they did just the opposite. They raised interest rates. And when I say they raised interest rates, I really mean they raised interest rates. They've raised interest rates. In the case of Korea, they raised it from 9% to 25%. And the IMF came in and said, you can't be serious. You're not really serious about your problems. You have to let them go up to 40%. In the case of Indonesia, interest rates were already at the level of 20%, and they said you have to raise them to 40% or 80%. Well, no wonder when you raise interest rates to those levels, you have an economic downturn. Even well-managed companies were forced into bankruptcy. The number of firms in bankruptcy, in the case of Indonesia, the number of companies that were unable to make their debt obligations rose to 75%. In the case of Korea, rose to 50%. And with so many countries in default, companies in default, no wonder the economy plummeted. With the economy plummeted, no wonder that people took their money out of their country. with people taking their money out of the country, no wonder that the exchange rate plummeted even more. And so rather than providing a stabilizing force for the economy, the IMF prescriptions exacerbated the economic crisis and made it deeper. Slowdowns were turned into recessions, recessions were turned into depressions. The economic downturn in Indonesia became much worse than it otherwise would have been. The downturn in one country made matters worse than the neighboring countries. As each country buys from the other goods, when one economy went down, it bought less from its neighbors. And so the whole region sank into a recession and depression. At one point, the U.S. Treasury objected strongly to anybody even using the word recession or depression. They said, don't use the R word or the D word, as if by not talking about it, the problem would go away. But the policies that the U.S. Treasury and the IMF had pushed was what made the downturns so severe. And only by talking about it could you actually reverse the problem. Recognizing the problem, could you reverse it and get the economies going. In fact, in the midst of this, 1997, Japan made an extraordinarily generous offer of $100 billion to fund a new institution called the Asian Monetary Fund that would provide money to help these economies in the region grow. It recognized that if all the other countries in the region were in deep trouble, it too would suffer. It recognized the interdependence, which was supposed to be the responsibility of the IMF. But the United States and the IMF worried that this Asian Monetary Fund would result in more influence, more power for Japan and the Asian Monetary Fund, less influence, less power for the U.S. Treasury and the IMF. And believe it or not, they fought to kill the Asian Monetary Fund and the contribution of $100 billion. They succeeded. And the result of it was the economic downturn was much longer and deeper than it needed to have been. The class of 97, the countries of East Asia that went through these crises, know these stories. They are part of what the leaders and many citizens remember. And they want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. They know they cannot depend on the IMF. They know they can't depend on the United States. And so they've been building up large reserves, money that they can call upon if ever they faced a problem in the future. These reserves themselves represent one of the long-term challenges facing the global economy. While the reserves represent money that provides some insurance for the country involved, the global reserve system itself is part of the current problem contributing to global financial instability. Trying to explain that is not easy, but let me try. Countries have always held reserves behind their currency. They held gold to give confidence that, in fact, their currency is a strong currency. If people need somehow something physical, gold, it gives people confidence. Over time, they realized they didn't need $1 of gold for every dollar of dollars that they had outstanding, and you only had what it's called partial backing. And eventually, many countries realized they didn't need to hold gold. Gold was inconvenient, it's very hard to manage. It's much easier if you're, China, rather than holding gold, if you hold dollar bills. Dollar bills can be used to convert it to any other currency, to buy goods. And so rather than holding reserves of gold, they now today hold dollars. And we have today what is called a dollar reserve system. The dollar reserve system has, however, some very peculiar properties. First of all, it's inequitable. Why do I say that? Well, what does it mean when China or other developing countries hold dollars in reserves? It means that they are, in effect, lending money to the United States. Usually they hold not just dollar bills, but they hold what are called treasury bills, short-term notes, which are nothing more than a loan to the United States. Now think about what it means. Here you have poor countries lending huge amounts of money to the United States at very low interest rates. In fact, the amount of money developing countries today hold in reserves is more than $2 trillion. So they are lending that amount to the United States at very low interest rates. At one point, they were lending it to it at almost zero interest rate. It was down to 1%. Now the interest rates have come up. For people to have confidence in a country, there are certain guidelines about how much reserves countries should hold. For instance, there's a view that the amount of reserves should equal the amount of short-term dollar-denominated liabilities. That is to say, if a country owes $1 billion, that could be called at any moment. The lender can say, I want my money back. You need to have the dollars there so you can pay the money back. If you don't have the dollars, you could face a crisis. Now think about what that means now. Assume that a company in the country, a poor African country, borrows, say, $100 million from an American bank, paying 20% interest. To maintain confidence in the currency, the country has to increase its reserves by $100 million to keep the short-term dollar-denominated liabilities, which went up by $100 million, in line with the reserves. So the country holds $100 million more in dollar reserves. So the country as a whole, viewing it as a consolidated perspective, has borrowed $100 million from the United States, but also lent $100 million to the United States. It's borrowed, paying 20% interest. But when it lends, it only gets back 1% or 2% or today 5%. So on net, this transaction is a huge transfer of money from the developing countries to the United States. In this particular example, each year, the developing country is transferring, current interest rates, $15 million to the United States, borrowing at 20%, lending at 5%. It's a bad deal. Not only is it a bad deal, it's stifling of economic growth in developing countries. Rather than lending to the United States, it makes much more sense for it to invest that money in its own growth and education and roads and factories. A lot better uses of the money than buying U.S. Treasury bills. But the reason it does it is the cost of the consequences of not having the reserves. The cost of a crisis is so large that it's willing to pay that huge amount. That shows you what the cost of this instability is to developing countries. And so, in effect, as the international financial system has had marks by such instability, and as the fear of having the IMF come in has increased, countries have been holding more and more in reserves, paying more and more of this huge price. In effect, the United States is getting more in subsidies from the developing countries than it's giving to these developing countries in the form of U.S. aid. There's a net flow of money from the developing to the developed countries rather than the other way around. The aid should be going from the developed to the developing, but in fact, if you look at what these transactions imply, the aid is going the other direction. This is one aspect of clearly something that is outrageous in the current global financial system, our global reserve system. But in fact, while it provides a certain amount of security to the country involved, China, Thailand, Indonesia can feel a little bit better off that the likelihood that they will have the IMF come in and try to run their economic policy, force them into a deep depression, they've saved themselves that risk. But from the system, the global financial system as a whole, it hasn't led to global financial stability. We can see that in two different ways. The first is that there is what I call the global hot potato of deficits. One of the basic laws of economics is that imports have to equal exports for the world as a whole. If some country is importing, some other country is exporting. And that means that the sum of the trade deficits for the world plus the sum of the surpluses has to be equal to zero. What does that mean? That means if some country insists on having a surplus, some other country has to have a deficit. Also means that if some country decides to reduce its deficits and other countries, the surplus countries, don't do anything about the size of the surplus, then some of the remaining countries have to have a larger deficit. The deficits can't go away. So long as the surpluses are there, the deficits have to remain. Keynes recognized this and talked about surpluses being as much a part of the problem of global financial instability as deficits are. And he wanted to have a tax on surpluses because he thought that surpluses represented instances where people were exporting more than they were importing, a lack of aggregate demand, and depressing the global economy. We saw what happened in the global financial crisis. Korea had a very big deficit. Thailand had a big deficit. They turned it around. They turned it around very quickly. In fact, in the case of Korea, the deficit had turned around before the crisis actually struck. But that meant as their deficit disappeared, the deficits appeared somewhere else in the system. Brazil, Latin America turned up with larger deficits. So they had a crisis. So we can think of deficits as like a hot potato. If one country has a deficit, it can get rid of it, but only by passing that problem on to another country. As it has a crisis, it passes it around to another. And so you have a system in which you have a crisis going from one country to another. You can have a short-run period in which, such as we've been having the last few years, in which no country is at a crisis, but that's an aberration. The normal state of affairs is by one country or another country having a crisis. Now, matters would be far worse if it were not for the fact that the United States has been acting as what I call the deficit of last resort. In other words, there is one country in the world that can maintain that deficit and get away with it, and that is the United States. But the question is, how long can it maintain that deficit without people worrying about losing confidence in the dollar? And that process of losing confidence in the dollar has already begun. I'll come back to that in just a minute. There's another problem, another aspect of the instability of the global financial system, and that it has to deal with global aggregate demand. Every year, we in effect bury billions of dollars in the ground. Well, essentially, we don't really bury it, but we take purchasing power, income, and we don't spend it because we hold it in reserves. Those are the reserves I talked about before. Countries want to take their income and not spend it in order they have more money for a rainy day. But the amounts of money that people have been putting aside have been enormous, in the range of $400 to $700 billion a year. So that means an enormous amount of global purchasing power is not being used to purchase. And that is what weakening the global economy. Now again, things would be worse, but for one factor. The United States has not only been the global deficit of last resort, it's also been the global consumer of last resort. I talked before about how the United States was spending more than its income. The United States boasts sometimes that it is providing a surface to the global economy by consuming so much. The question is, why should the richest country of the world be encouraged to consume beyond its means when there are so many poor people who need to consume, or even more to invest to grow more, that need the money so much more? Clearly, something is wrong with the global economic system. A global economic system which only works because the richest spend more. There's something inequitable, there's something distasteful about an economic system that works in this particular way. Finally, this problem of global lack of global aggregate demand has a manifestation within the United States itself. It causes a problem for America. Because today what America is doing is exporting dollars that people hold in reserves, exporting T-bills. But there's the difference between exporting treasury bills, exporting dollars, and exporting automobiles or exporting manufactured goods. It doesn't take any labor to make dollar bills, to make T-bills. And so there's a lack of jobs. A lack of jobs in manufacturing. The number of jobs in manufacturing has declined enormously. Things would be far worse were not for the fact that the US government is having an enormous fiscal deficit. So it is stimulating the economy. So this problem of the global reserve, in some sense, is reflected back into the problem of the fiscal deficit. To avoid the problem of insufficiency of aggregate demand caused by buying so much from abroad, the United States has to stimulate the economy, and one way it's stimulating the economy is through having a fiscal deficit. Now, of course, the Bush administration could not have managed things in a worse way, because the tax cut that it gave was a tax cut to upper income individuals. So as we say, you got very little bang for the buck. You had this enormous deficit which stimulated the economy, but far less than you could have stimulated the economy by giving money to the unemployed, giving money to the poor, investing in highways, investing in infrastructure, supporting research, things that would have done stronger, both help the American economy be stronger, both in the short run and in the long. But he was responding to the fact that there was a lack of aggregate demand, and that necessitated doing something, and that deficit that we've seen translated then into a global imbalance, a trade imbalance of an enormous magnitude. So the global financial problems that I've described, the global reserve system, is one of the underlying forces of the global imbalances. This global reserve system in which people are holding dollars and reserves is one of the underlying fundamental weaknesses in the global economy. And it's one of the sources of the fundamental inequities in the global economy. We need a new global reserve system. Again, more than 75 years ago, Keynes talked about the principles which would underlie that change. Just like you have a central bank and within each country that can issue money important for managing stability within the country, maintaining the economy at a level and an even keel. As the countries of the world have become more integrated, we need to have a new system, a new global reserve system, which would, for instance, issue on an annual basis Bancor, global greenbacks, whatever name you want to call it. And this could be of enormous benefit to the global economy. We could use this to finance global public goods, finance efforts to improve the global environment, support research into diseases that affect the poor people around the world. We could spend the money to invest in research to improve our understanding, our knowledge about a whole host of of things that knowledge is so important. It's an example of what we call a global public good. We could invest in development to reduce the number of people who are poor around the world, to increase productivity of agriculture in Africa, where we've not had a green revolution. The result of that is productivity in agriculture is less than a third of what it is in Asia. There are so many things that we could use this annual emission, rather than America consuming more than its income. The world as a whole could use these purchasing power for an enormous number of goods that could be of enormous benefit to the world as a whole. This system would not cause inflation. In fact, the whole design of it is the amount would correspond to the amounts that are needed to offset the lack of purchasing power, because money is being buried in the ground in reserves, money that is taking that income that is not being spent because people want to hold it back, and precautionary spending because they need it. They don't want to turn to the IMF. I said before that underlying the global problems is this imbalance between economic globalization and political globalization. The IMF has been focusing on the problems of the advanced industrial countries. It's been focusing on the well-being of the creditor institutions, on the lenders, not on the well-being of the world as a whole. I described before, for instance, how in the East Asia crisis, rather than stimulating the global economy, whether stimulating the economy of these countries, pursued policies that actually led their economies to go into recession, depression. It gave enormous amount of bailouts, billions and billions of dollars. But the money wasn't going to strengthen these countries' economies. In fact, Indonesia had billions of dollars to repay international banks in New York and Europe. But when the Indonesian government wanted to spend very limited amounts of money on food and kerosene subsidies for the poorest people in the country, a period in which unemployment had soared, a period in which incomes had plummeted, the IMF said there was no money. There was money to bail out the Western banks, but not money to pay the very small amounts to the poorest people in these countries. In a meeting in Kuala Lumpur in December 1997, I said that if the IMF continued in the policies which it was pursuing, if the IMF continued in the way that it had been behaving, the economic downturn in Indonesia would become much worse. And given the history of social tensions in that country, which have been manifested in earlier decades, one could anticipate social and political turbulence, riots. Unfortunately, I was right. The IMF responded and said, follow the example of Mexico. Mexico had felt the pain, and Indonesia had to do the same. In the case of Indonesia, it felt the pain. The result was, in May of 1998, riots broke out. Thousands of people were injured. Many people died. Capital left the country. Even if you had had no compassion for the people, it was bad economic policy, because as capital left, as human capital left, the economy plummeted even more. It would take years for the economy to recover. I mention this because it shows so clearly that it was putting the interests of the international financial markets above the interests of the people in the country. It was focused on making sure the countries were able to repay the loans. The result of the policies was that the reserves in these countries were quickly built back up.
foreign loans were repaid. Interestingly, most of the countries repaid the loans to the IMF as quickly as they could because they wanted the IMF to be out of their country. They wanted to recapture sovereignty for themselves. They wanted to be able to run their own show. That was one of the real lessons of the class of '97, the countries that had been so devastated by the crisis of that year. Well, what we've seen is that the IMF has failed in the objective that was originally sought. The original objective was to provide for global economic stability, should have addressed some of the underlying problems. The problem of lack of capital going to the less developed countries, capital flowing uphill from the developing to the developed countries. The fact that risk is flowing from the developed to the developing countries. Risk should be borne by the developed countries who are so much more able to bear that risk. We need a whole set of reforms in the global financial system, better ways of dealing with bankruptcy, but most importantly, a reform of the global reserve system. These are all topics that should have been at the top of the agenda. The fact is that they have not. And that failure itself is a reflection of the failure of political globalization. The fact that economic globalization, the problems of closer economic integration, the problems of financial markets integrated and capital flowing around the world, the fact that we have these interdependencies, global imbalances in the United States can have enormous effects elsewhere. The fact that as the dollar reserve system, as the U.S. becomes increasingly in debt, the confidence in the currency, which is at the base of that, the dollar is weakening, lending more and more to instability and the basis of the whole global financial system. All of these are things that should have been at the top of the agenda, but have not been. And so in my mind, there is both an economic reform agenda and a political reform agenda. The economic reform agenda deals with all the problems I've outlined, and I think there are solutions. The solutions I proposed are a set of solutions. There are probably others. There are other ideas that other people have put forward. But the most fundamental reform is the political reform. Because unless we have a globalization in which the interest of all the people of the world, rich and poor and the developed and less developed countries, in which all of those interests are reflected, not just the interests of financial markets and the advanced industrial countries and the creditor countries, we will not have a globalization that works. I think we can make globalization work, both for the rich countries and for the poor, for the rich people and the poor. But that will require managing globalization in a way very differently from the way we have managed it. I've been talking about economic globalization, the closer integration of the countries of the world. But the countries of the world have become more interdependent in other ways, and most importantly, in the fact that we share a common atmosphere, a common environment. And just like we have to learn how to live together to make our global economy work, we have to learn to live together to share this global environment. The world has been engaged in an experiment. We've been pouring greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane into the atmosphere at an unprecedented pace. The scientists are fairly sure that they know what's going to happen. The earth will get warmer, water levels in the sea will rise. It is an experiment of enormous consequences. We don't have a lot of different planets that we can go to. If the experiment fails, we have no other place to go. This is the one Earth that we have. And that's why this experiment is one that is so risky. And it's an experiment that we should stop. Let me try to explain the nature of global warming.
it's a complex science, but the basic ideas are fairly simple. It's called greenhouse gases because of the way greenhouses work. Energy from the sun enters into the greenhouse, gets trapped. When you want to grow vegetables or flowers, the extra heat makes them grow faster, which is great. The greenhouse gases act in very much the same way. They trap energy from the sun as it enters into the earth, so it can't escape. And as that energy gets trapped, the earth gets warmer and warmer. Actually, the increase in the temperature is relatively slight, a couple of degrees. But a couple of degrees can make an enormous difference. As the earth gets warmer, water expands, carbon dioxide gets absorbed into the ocean, and sea levels will rise. Countries, small islands in the Pacific and the Indian Ocean will go underwater. The Maldives, just recently devastated by the tsunami, is debating about reconstruction because they worry that within 50 years they will be underwater. Our own 21st century Atlantis. A third of Bangladesh will become submerged. This poor country. People crowded together, incomes as a result only slightly above subsistence, will become even poorer. Now some people say, well, there are positive benefits as well as costs. For instance, one of the effects that we're already seeing is the polar ice cap has been melting. And this melting of the polar ice cap is one of the factors that is contributing to the rising of the sea level. I was at a meeting in Davos last year when several representatives of the oil companies talked about the new opportunities that this meant. It would be easier to drill for oil underneath the Arctic Ocean now that the polar ice cap wasn't there. Of course, there were some problems about to whom did the oil belong, and one could see a certain amount of conflict. But the basic problem, they saw this as an opportunity, not a problem. But of course, it was an opportunity that will mean more global warming, enhancing the pace. So what we know is that the world will be facing an enormous amount of uncertainty. It is an experiment that is extremely risky. Following the scientific findings, the world got together and decided something had to be done. At Kyoto in 1997, the countries of the world agreed that they would reduce the level of emissions of these greenhouse gases. Their target was to reduce them below the levels that they had been at 1990. They realized that the burden on developing countries would not be acceptable, and so they were exempted for the time being. And focus was on the advanced industrial countries. That agreement that was made in 1997 has now been ratified by more than 50% of the countries of the world that contribute to the pollution. And the treaty has gone into effect. But there are several problems. The first is that the United States has refused to go along. The United States is the world's largest polluter, is contributing over 20% of the greenhouse gases. The level of greenhouse gas emissions from the United States is larger than that of dozens of countries put together from the developing world. The second problem is the developing countries have not really signed on. And they will play an increasingly important role in contributing to pollution. Within 25 years, they will be contributing more than 50% of the pollution. And unless they are brought along, the level of pollution will not be able to be controlled. The third problem is enforcement. Even after they sign, how do we make sure that countries comply? These are the three questions I want to talk about
this afternoon. First, I want to talk, though, about what is the underlying economics that is leading to the problem of emissions, a problem from which the whole world will suffer unless something is done. Just as the physical scientists have come to understand the nature of the underlying physical forces that cause global warming, economists have understood the underlying economic forces. And it's really very simple. It's called the problem of the commons. In fact, some people call it the tragedy of the commons. If you have a common resource from which anybody can take without paying the cost, there's a temptation to do that. The problem of commons was first recognized in the context, for instance, of the commons in UK and England, Scotland, where people would put out their sheep to graze in the commons, and more people would put out their sheep into the commons, and as more and more of them grazed, there would be less and less grass, and each sheep subtracted from what was available to the others. And there could be so many sheep that the total well-being was undermined. We call that an externality. Each person, as he put more sheep, reduced the amount of grazing that was available to others. Exactly the same problem with our common atmosphere. Everybody takes it for granted as a common good. They all add their emissions, not thinking about what would happen if everybody did the same thing that they're doing. So each pollutes, and as each pollutes, the quality of the environment goes down. The greenhouse gas concentrations increase, and we face the problem of global warming. The world has faced these problems before, countries have faced these problems before, and have figured out ways of dealing with them. There are, in fact, two broad ways. The problem of the commons in England and Scotland in the 16th, 17th century was solved by privatization. You took the commons and put it into private hands. Of course, that made the people who were previously the ordinary people who were putting their sheep out to the commons much worse off. But it did result in efficiency. But no one is talking about the idea of privatizing the atmosphere. It's just an idea that is completely irrelevant. And that means that we're forced on the alternative way, which is regulation. In one way or another, we will have to learn how to regulate the emissions. Regulations can take a variety of forms, limitations on the amount of pollution, charging people for polluting. There are a variety of ways in which these regulations can work. But one way or another, we will have to make sure that the level of emissions is reduced. Now, why is it that the United States, the richest country in the world, refuses to go along? When President Bush became the president, he said, at first, there wasn't enough evidence. There wasn't enough certainty. Well, of course, there's always uncertainty. But the weight of evidence was overwhelming. And this is an experiment. If things come out badly, we all will face a calamity. If it turns out that we are overly cautious, we cut back on our greenhouse gas emissions, we protect the environment a little bit better than we need, the cost is minuscule. So here we're engaged in a one-sided bet. So the fact that there is uncertainty is no excuse. In fact, after he said the scientific evidence was not strong enough, he instructed America's National Academy of Science to look at the evidence. And they came out with the only answer that they could have come out with. They came out with the same result that every other Academy of Science that's looked at the data has come out with. And that is, global warming is a problem. Global warming is being caused, or at least is partly caused, by the increases in the greenhouse gases, and that we can do something about that by reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. The second thing that the United States has said is that it's too expensive. This is nonsense. clearly, if other countries can afford to reduce their emissions, so can the United States. There are countries like France, Japan, other countries around the world with just as high a standard of living that are polluting 1/2, 1/3 as much as the United States. So one can live just as well and pollute much, much less. America's standard of living is not in jeopardy were to go along with the agreement that every other country, the other advanced industrial countries, have agreed to. The third argument that they put forward is that unless the developing countries go along, it will be a meaningless gesture. And here, they're partly right. As I said, within 25, 30 years, the developing countries will be contributing half or more of the greenhouse gas emissions. And so it is imperative to bring them along. But they won't be brought along unless the world's largest polluter, the United States, also reduces its pollution. And this brings us to one of the central problems, the key issue which I think has led to the impasse in the global debate. The developing countries say the current problems of global warming have really been caused by the advanced industrial countries. They are the ones that are responsible for the enormous increase in concentrations of greenhouse gases. They can afford it. The poor countries do not have the resources, do not have the ability. If they spend money reducing their pollution, they'll have less money to grow, to lift their people out of poverty. Whereas what is at stake in the context of the United States is not a question of lifting people out of poverty. It's whether the United States continues with its energy profligate, its emissions profligate lifestyle. And for them, there's absolutely no comparison. To put it another way, what they say is, why should the United States, simply because it's polluted more in the past, be entitled to pollute more in the future? If the developing countries and the developed countries had the same level of pollution per capita, then the developing countries will not face constraints for decades to come. The per capita emissions of the United States is so much greater than that of the developing countries that the developing countries can continue to pollute and still, for decades to come, without reaching the emissions per capita level of the United States. The United States retorts by saying our level of emissions per GDP is lower than developing countries. And that's what's relevant. Now, it is true that poorer countries have less efficient technology, and the result of that is they often emit more pollution per unit GDP. But to say that you're allowed to emit more because your GDP is more is to say that richer countries should be allowed to emit more. And for the developing countries, this is totally unacceptable. The result of this is that the world today faces an impasse. The United States, the world's largest polluter, refuses to do anything unless the developing countries do something. The developing countries say, unless the United States reduces its emissions enormously, why should they do anything? And if they're allowed to emit the same amount per capita as the United States, they will be unconstrained for years to come. But the problem of global warming is too important to let this kind of feud between the developing and the developed world let us all suffer as we dispute one with the other. The advanced industrial countries put aside their disagreements, put aside the differences. Norway, for instance, is in a very different situation from France and a different situation from other countries. Norway depends mostly on hydroelectric power and so is not emitting as much pollution. France has moved to nuclear power and again is not emitting as much. For these countries, it may be much more difficult to reduce their emissions. And a framework was developed in which an agreement was reached among countries of very differing circumstances. And so if there is goodwill, it is possible to reach an agreement. I want to talk about several ways in which we can, I think, reach an agreement and solve these three problems of how to bring the United States along, how to bring the developing countries along, and how to make sure that we bring in all the sources of pollution. Let me begin by talking about the third problem, the variety of sources of pollution. What we focused on mostly at Kyoto was the problem of burning coal, oil, fossil fuels, and the emissions that resulted. But there's another source of increases of greenhouse gases, and that has to do with deforestation. Trees do two things. On the one hand, when they're alive, their forests are able to convert carbon dioxide back into oxygen. So they, in a sense, clean the atmosphere. They convert greenhouse gases into oxygen. Secondly, they store carbon. When forests are cut down, just the opposite happens. They're not there to clean the atmosphere, and the process of deforestation leads to carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. This process of deforestation has been adding actually large amounts to carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Estimate about 20% of the increase in carbon concentration is due to deforestation. So deforestation is roughly the same size in its contribution as the United States. Deforestation in two countries alone, Brazil and Indonesia, will undo something like 80% of the advances that Europe and other countries that signed the Kyoto Protocol have made in reducing their emission levels. So this is a major problem. Kyoto, however, made a significant mistake. They focused on the emissions from burning, from automobiles, from houses, from heating, from air conditioning, the various sources of energy, but they didn't focus on deforestation. Countries were given credit if they planted forest. They called it carbon sequestration, but nothing was done to encourage countries not to engage in deforestation. And so, in fact, you have this anomalous situation where a country would be better off cutting down its forest and replanting it. Of course, that makes no economic sense. Recently, a group of countries called the Rainforest Coalition, countries, tropical countries, have these rich rainforests, have gotten together and made an extremely interesting proposal. They have said, we will preserve our rainforest if you can give us credit for doing so. The developing countries are making an enormous contribution to the global environment in several ways. Not only are they contributing by maintaining these forests to reducing the level of carbon in the atmosphere, but these forests serve to preserve biodiversity. Biodiversity is very important as a source of new drugs, new plants. Very important, so important in fact that there was an international agreement, international convention on maintaining biodiversity. But again, for the most part, developing countries are not being compensated for providing these services for the entire global community. We talk all the time about providing incentives, but unfortunately, we are not providing the developing countries with the incentives to use their land most efficiently. For many of these developing countries, the most efficient use of their land is to maintain the rainforest, efficient from the point of view of the world as a whole. But they don't have the incentive to do that under current arrangements. And they are too poor just to make a contribution to global well-being. They would like to do it. They're only asking for getting compensation. Now, part of the Kyoto Protocol, the Kyoto Agreement, was a provision that countries that polluted a little bit more than they were allowed to could offset that by buying credits, as they were called, from people who polluted a little bit less. They're called offsets, creating in effect a market. You can call it a market for pollution. And there is a European trading system where people are buying and selling these pollution permits. So everybody is given a certain amount of pollution that they're allowed, and those who are more efficient can sell their greater efforts in reducing pollution to those who have greater difficulty in reducing pollution. So the notion here is that the developing countries, the tropical countries that are able to maintain their forests, would be provided with incentives to do that by selling their credits to those who are finding it difficult to meet their targets. This is important not only for the global environment, it's also extremely important for the development. The amounts of money we're talking about are large. Countries like Costa Rica, a number of the African countries, Papua New Guinea, got compensated appropriately for their environmental services. They would be receiving billions and billions of dollars. In fact, the value of their environmental services, for which they are currently not being compensated, exceeds the value of the foreign aid that they are receiving today. So providing this money could make an enormous difference to their development. So we could, at the same time, protect the global environment and promote the development of some of the poorest countries in the world. The harder question is, how do we get enforcement? Assume that we could get the developing countries to go along. Assume that we could get the United States to go along. How can we enforce any agreement that is reached? Destroying the global environment deserves sanctions. The United States actually recognized the principle. A number of years ago, it brought a case against Thailand. It said that it wanted to bar shrimp that Thailand caught in nets that were killing turtles, endangered species of turtles. It wanted to bar those shrimp from the United States. It said that there's a global environmental importance of maintaining these endangered species, these turtles, and that was sufficiently important that they could keep out these shrimp that were caught in these turtle-unfriendly way. The WTO agreed. The WTO, there was some disagreement about the exact way things were done, but the general principle was that these global environmental benefits are sufficiently strong that if any country violates international principles, sanctions could be imposed, and the United States was allowed, in effect, to go ahead with this barring of shrimp caught in these turtle-unfriendly nets. But if it's important, if preserving turtles is important, preserving the atmosphere that we all live, that we all depend on, is even more important. We can look at the issue in a somewhat different way. The WTO, the World Trading Organization, is supposed to create a level playing field in which countries can compete on fair terms. But currently, there's a basic source of unfairness. Countries are not allowed to subsidize. That was one of the important parts of the Uruguay round, the trade agreement that was signed in 1994. But in effect, allowing a company to pollute the atmosphere is a hidden subsidy. Europe, Japan have said they're not going to allow their firms in their country, households in their country, to pollute. There are restrictions on the emissions. That was the whole point of the Kyoto Protocol. If you pollute, you face certain consequences. But American firms are allowed to pollute. As a result, they face low energy prices, and this should be viewed clearly as unfair competition. And so Europe and Japan, it seems to me, should use the precedent of the shrimp turtle case, which the United States brought before the WTO, and say, America's allowing companies to pollute is an unfair trade subsidy, a hidden subsidy of significant magnitude. And it should be allowed to bar or to impose a tariff, particularly on energy-intensive goods, which contribute so much to the level of global emissions. This would provide incentives. As an economist, I believe incentives matter. At one point, President Bush said, let's rely on voluntary system. Let people voluntarily reduce their emissions. And let's pray that technology will solve the problem. But if you believe in the market economy, you don't believe in just prayer. You don't believe that innovation comes out of nowhere. Prices provide incentives. The fact that people have to pay for their pollution will provide incentives for people not to pollute. It will provide incentives for researchers to come up with new products, new ways of producing that are less emission, that emit less, and that preserve our environment. So what is at stake is, can we provide incentives for the United States to go along with what is clearly a global concern and global consequences? The United States may not intend to hurt Bangladesh, the people there. It may not intend to force them to have to flee their homes. It may not intend to have a third of Bangladesh be underwater. It may not intend for the Maldives to disappear. But the consequences of the emissions of the United States and others who are continuing to emit is precisely that. They are doing more damage than any war could possibly have done. And so they have to be provided with incentives if they don't voluntarily go along. That brings me to the third and perhaps the most difficult problem. How can we reach a global consensus about how do we balance the interest of the United States, the interest of the developing countries? One that says we ought to allow a certain emissions per capita. The other says we ought to have a certain emissions per unit of GDP. These two principles have enormously different consequences, and there seems at this point no way we can bring the two together. Well, there's another framework that we can use. And the basic framework is the following. There is a social cost to pollution. We can make people pay for that social cost. In other words, pollution is an externality. It's a cost that is imposed on others. And if you make people pay for the cost that they impose on others, you can correct this failure of the market. You can provide incentives for people to economize, for people not to pollute. We use this kind of principle in many other contexts. making people pay for the costs that they impose on society. The Kyoto framework was a natural one. There was a problem. People were polluting too much. And the response was, let's reduce the amount of pollution by telling everybody to reduce the level of pollution that they were contributing. The problem is the difficulty of reaching agreement about how much each should reduce. The market provides an easy way of dealing with the problem. We'll make everybody pay for the cost, the marginal cost that they impose on others. And so the international agreement would be that every country would force their firms and their households to pay for the cost of pollution. Now, ideally, they could use that revenue to fund global public goods. The revenues, enormous revenues, could be used to finance research, to finance global needs in the area, in a whole variety of areas, including the cost of improving the environment, research. But that may not be possible. And a more conservative approach would just say, let each country keep the money themselves. In other words, they could use the tax, the penalty that people pay for emissions as a source of revenue, reducing other taxes. And this is consistent with a general principle in economics. It makes a lot more sense to tax bad things, like pollution, than to tax labor or savings, which are good things. And so if you switched from taxing work and taxing savings to taxing pollution, overall well-being would actually be enhanced. We would do less of the bad things and more of the good things. And societal well-being societies would be better off. So in this way, by focusing on this tax on pollution, we could actually make most countries of the world better off. Developing countries would be particularly better off because for them, many of them face very inefficient in their use of energy. And so they could both conserve on energy at the same time that they were contributing to addressing the problem of global warming. If everybody benefits from this, why haven't we done it? What's the resistance? Well, I said virtually every country in the world would benefit, but not everybody within those countries would benefit. There are some people who would be worse off. The oil companies, the coal companies, automobile companies. There are many people, special interests, that benefit from the current system. The American automobile companies like low energy prices, like low fuel prices, because they've developed these gas-guzzling cars, and the lower the energy prices, the better they do. They can't compete with those who've done research to develop more fuel-efficient cars. But I actually think that there's no reason why, if they were provided the right incentives, that they couldn't do just as well as Japanese companies and European companies that have learned how to make fuel-efficient cars. So yes, there will be resistance in the beginning, but in the end, I think even the American economy would benefit as more Americans devoted themselves to doing research. America could become one of the leaders in technologies, in this important area of technology. It has lagged because it hasn't had the incentive to go into these important developments. It used to be said that the environment and the economy are at loggerheads. There's opposition between the two. Environmentalists were seen as anti the economy. I don't think that's the right way of looking at things. Part of the problem comes from the way we measure success. The usual measure of success is GDP, gross domestic product. But unfortunately, gross domestic product, GDP, does not take into account many things that are very important. doesn't measure overall living standards. It doesn't measure health. Most importantly, it doesn't measure the degradation to the environment. So we have instances where GDP could be going up and the country can be becoming poor. It can be becoming poor because the resources are being depleted, because the environment is being degraded. What we measure affects what we do. And that's one of the reasons why I've been pushing very strongly, many environmentalists, for focusing on a measure called green GDP or green NNP that actually takes into account the depletion of natural resources and the degradation of the environment. When we measure GDP correctly, many of the conflicts that we see between the environment and the economy disappear. Take the issue of emissions, take the issue of pollution that I talked before. If you have incentives to reduce emissions, the quality of the atmosphere improves, life expectancy may even increase. Correctly measured, our well-being has increased. That ought to be measured as part of their economy. So by providing the right incentives, we're both economizing on we're promoting incentives to do the right thing. There's no conflict between the economy and the environment. In fact, in many developing countries, if we provide the right incentives for economizing in energy, we will both promote economic growth directly, even in the incorrectly measured way, and promote a better environment. So the challenge today is both to try to get better measures that focus our attention on what is really important, not just the physical production of goods and services, but our well-being. And once we do that, we'll have better incentives to make sure that the environment and the economy work together. It will make us better off today, but it will even have benefits, greater benefits, in the future. At the beginning of this current era of globalization, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it was hoped that everybody would gain from globalization. Today, even the cheerleaders of globalization have worries. There's unhappiness in the North, there's unhappiness in the South, there's worries about security, there's worries about immigration. I want to talk today about some of those worries and what can be done about them. I'm going to begin with the problems of security. Clearly, if we're not secure, what are the benefits of globalization? 9/11, what happened in New York on that dramatic day, showed that not only good things could move more easily across borders, but so too could bad things. Globalization had opened up the world to a whole new set of challenges, problems. Although we don't know what the causes of terrorism are clearly complicated, we do know that poverty can provide a fertile feeding ground for potential terrorists, for suicide bombers, those who have no despair, particularly young men without any opportunities, with a lot of energy, can, rather than directing their energies towards constructive purposes, can use them towards destructive purposes. The consequences for globalization have been very, very significant. In many ways, it's a setback for globalization. While globalization had led to the closer integration of the world through reduction of transportation costs, communication costs, and most importantly, man-made barriers, we are now creating a new set of barriers. It's more difficult to get visas. The United States passed a law on bioterrorism that requires certification. Many exporters in developing countries claim that it's added significant cost. So the worries about terrorism have led, and the worries about security have led to new barriers to the movements of goods and peoples across borders. The problem is that sometimes these concerns about security are legitimate, but sometimes they're not. In recent years, for instance, the United States has stopped the sale of a major oil company, Unocal, to the Chinese. It's tried to impose restrictions on export of certain goods that it thinks are sensitive to China. And not only has it restricted its own exports, it's tried to stop Europe from exporting those goods. It has refused to buy certain goods made in China by Chinese companies when the same production lines, when they were owned by an American firm, there was no problem. The worry is that sometimes these security concerns are just a cover for ordinary protectionism. Sometimes they may be well motivated, but really based on irrational bases. There has been no global way of ascertaining what are legitimate and what are not, what are protectionist and what are not. There's no global democratic process for judging the merits of each of these claims. And any country can start claiming that it needs to make sure that it doesn't import for goods, energy, food, because it needs energy security, food security. Anything can be the grounds for creating new trade barriers. For instance, the United States has sometimes said that it needs to subsidize its oil producers in order not to be dependent on foreign oil. But the fact is that it actually is harming U.S. security. It is nothing more than another argument that the oil interests, which have had such an important role in American policy in recent years, it's just another way the oil interests can grab more money for themselves. What's happened is it's a policy that I call drain America first. So you take the oil out of America today, there's only a finite amount of oil in the continental United States and Alaska, and that means in the future America will become more dependent, especially if it doesn't curb its energy profligate lifestyle, doesn't develop alternative energy sources. So if you look carefully at what America's subsidies for its producers are implying, they're actually weakening America's security interests. So that's an example where security is a cover for naked self-interest, the corporate interest, the oil interest. In other cases, it may be just confusion. The United States refused to sell Unocal, an oil company, most of whose assets were actually outside the United States. It refused to sell it to China, worrying that it said that it was going to undermine security. But of course, anybody looking at the deal recognized that it was not going to undermine security. The oil was not even oil that was within the United States. There were mechanisms that the United States had to protect its own security. This was a case of what I think of as a very foolish action, because what it told the Chinese was that, yes, ownership does matter. You can't trust the market. You better get your own oil supplies. If the United States says it needs to control its oil, China responded by saying it needs to control its oil and help fuel a race to try to get as much of the world's oil under one's own control. So in that sense, actually America's security interests from a global perspective were actually undermined. And if the principle that the United States was putting forward, that oil should be under the control of the country under which it, under control of the country where it resides, then Unocal as an oil company would not even have existed. There are other examples of what you might call foolish policies justified on security, but clearly for which that does not provide a good explanation. The United States has what's called the Jones Act, which requires that ships that travel from one American port to another have to be American-made, American companies, American-manned. It's a clearly protectionist measure, but it's defended sometimes in the case of security. In fact, however, when a crisis occurred, like Katrina, the United States had to suspend the Jones Act because it needed to have non-American boats in order to meet the needs of the country at that time. So it's not clear at all that this ownership provides the kind of security that these kinds of legislation, the Jones Act, provides the kind of security that America needs or wants. The overall problem then is that we have undemocratic processes and a lack of principles for determining when there are legitimate and when there are not legitimate security needs. The problem of the disparity between economic globalization and political globalization is what I've talked about as one of the fundamental reasons that globalization has not been working as well as it should. One of the reasons why it has not been living up to its potential. We saw this democratic deficit, this problem, quite clearly in the case of Iraq. No one, even in America, really understands why we went to war in Iraq. Was it oil? Was it the role of national security, of the arms industries, the military contractors? Clearly, we know who benefited from the war. There's only one major one group that's benefited, and that has been the oil companies. But whatever the rationale, there was a process, an international process that has been put in place after World War II to try to make sure that there is at least a semblance of some democratic processes before this most serious decision is taken to go to war. And deliberative democracy proved its mettle. The countries of the world, looking at the evidence, said there was not evidence for a need to have a preemptive strike for changing the basic rules in which countries go to war. The United States, nonetheless, with a few of its allies, did go to war. And what it found out was what those deliberations had said were justified. There were not the weapons of mass destruction. The evidence before the war was overwhelming, and that is why the deliberative process came to the conclusion that it did. But this example also illustrates the limitations of political globalization, because while the evidence was overwhelming, the rest of the world could not stop the United States from going ahead in the course that it chose. The consequences have been devastating. Thousands of people have died. Estimates range, the number of Iraqis died range from 30,000 to well over 100,000. So far, 2,500 American soldiers have died. Anticipated close to twice that will probably die before the hostilities are ended. So far, close to 20,000 American soldiers have been injured. Again, it's estimated close to twice that will be injured before the hostilities are over. 20% of these have faced serious injuries, brain injuries, spinal injuries, which will make them dependent on medical care, disabled for the rest of their life. The cost to the American economy has been enormous. I did a study that estimated the cost conservatively at between $1 and $2 trillion. It's hard to fathom what that number means. But one way of thinking about it, and a way I'll come back to and talk about in a few minutes, is that it represents more than 30 times the annual expenditures of the entire world on foreign assistance to help developing countries. We are spending in this one war, the United States is spending on this one war, what the whole world is spending to help the poorest countries grow, what they will be at this rate for more than a quarter of a century. The costs have been enormous, and at this point, the way out is not clear. But what it does show is that deliberative democracy reached the right conclusion, but globalization has not yet put in place the political institutions that can ensure that globalization works in the way that it should. One of the problems that have been of such concern in recent years in the developed countries has been the problem of immigration. Just like terrorism has in part been related to the problems of poverty and despair in developing countries, so too migration. People have been risking their lives to come from poor countries to the rich. They're putting out in ships that sometimes sink, case of the United States, people going from Mexico to the United States, they've gone through borders, risking their lives. Why do they do that? They do that because there are not jobs, there are not economic opportunities at home. And even though the jobs they may get in Europe or America may be extremely low paying, working conditions may be terrible, they are much better than with the economic opportunities that they have at home. The advanced industrial countries are in some ways responsible for what has been happening in the developing countries. I talked before about how their subsidies have, in effect, taken away their jobs. The fact that Europe is subsidizing cows at a rate of $2 a day means that producers of milk, dairy products can't compete effectively with these highly subsidized European dairy industry. The millions of people growing cotton in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, some of the poorest people in the world, in semi-arid conditions where nothing else will grow, have their incomes decreased because of the billions of dollars that the U.S. subsidizes its rich cotton farmers. Maize growers, corn growers in Mexico have seen their incomes plummet as the borders between the United States and Mexico have been opened up, and highly subsidized corn has flown from the United States, has gone from the United States into Mexico. So there's a real sense in which it can be claimed that the advanced industrial countries have been taking away some of the jobs from the least developed countries, making them poorer. The overall studies show that the last round of trade negotiations did have exactly that effect. While the rich countries were better off, the poorest countries in the world were actually worse off. Migration also puts strains on the poorest people in the advanced industrial countries. For the most part, the migration is of people with very low skills. As the supply of low-skilled workers increases, the wages fall. In some cases, it just increases the level of unemployment, takes away the jobs. In other cases, they may be working, but at lower wages and worse working conditions. There's some debate about the magnitude of these effects on depressing wages, but what is clear is the economic cost is borne by the poorest people in our society. Response, the advanced industrial countries, needs to be to both increase the opportunities in the developing world, I'll come to talk about that in a few minutes, but also to provide better education and stronger safety nets within their own countries. Unfortunately, in too many of the advanced industrial countries, things have been moving in exactly the wrong direction. Safety nets have been reduced, job protections have been weakened. The result has been that some of the poorest and most vulnerable members in the advanced industrial countries have become even worse off. The issue of immigration raises another set of issues. The United States has always thought of itself as a melting pot, bringing in people from all over the world, integrating them into their society. Increasingly, Europe and other advanced industrial countries have also become melting pots in their own way. It's always been difficult to bring in people from diverse cultures. It's not an easy task. But what is happening in more recent years has raised a new set of issues. What happens when you open up your doors to people whose values are fundamentally different? How does a liberal, open, transparent society respond to those who don't agree to the principles of liberalism and tolerance, openness, which have been the foundations of Western democracies and societies? There is no easy answer to this question. I happen to believe that democracy, the strength of democratic values, the strength of liberal values are so strong that they will in the long run triumph. But however we answer that question, what is clear is that the way the advanced industrial countries have been responding has not been as helpful, as constructive as it could. The most dramatic example is the United States, constructing new barriers to migration, symbolically dividing the world. There's been discussion of creating a wall between Mexico and the United States. A little over a decade after the tearing down of the Berlin Wall, a new wall is being created. I was in Mexico not long ago, and to them, this wall has enormous symbolic meaning. This is a wall where the Berlin Wall was intended to keep the citizens of those countries inside the country and the oppressed people inside, behind the Iron Curtain. This wall seems to be sometimes called Fortress America, keeping out the hordes of people, the barbarians from the outside, if you want to use an analogy to the Roman invasion of the Roman Empire. Keep them from coming in. Treat them as if they are a different species. And the hostility that is resulting is enormous. Clearly, we will have to find a better way of dealing with the problem of immigration. One way of dealing with it is to increase the opportunities in the developing countries. There's a general agreement that today the increase in inequality between the rich and the poor countries, the rich and the poor within each country, is one of the major problems facing global society today. In parts of the world, the numbers of people in poverty have been increasing. Not just the percentage, but the total numbers have increased enormously. Africa, the numbers have almost doubled. This presents an enormous challenge. Now, globalization has meant in other parts of the world, there have been major advances in reducing poverty. Talked about how in China, not only has there been enormous growth, that growth has been shared, so the numbers of people in poverty have been reduced by several hundred millions of people. This is what globalization can do. But unfortunately, it has not succeeded in doing that in some of the poorest parts of the world. I want to talk a little bit about what the causes of that poverty are and what can be done about it. I've already talked about two aspects of it, trade and global financial instability. Trade has caused problems because trade agreements have been unfair. Huge subsidies of the North on agriculture have taken away jobs and depressed prices of workers in agriculture and those who depend on agriculture for income in the poorer countries of the world. And because 70% of the people depend directly or indirectly in these developing countries on agriculture, the consequences have been enormous. But even fair trade agreements can have serious consequences for poverty, particularly in the advanced industrial countries. In effect, unskilled workers are competing with unskilled workers in the poorest countries of the world. And in that competition, wages, as markets work better, wages are being equalized. And that process of equalization may be bringing up wages in China and India, but it's bringing down wages or putting strong downward pressures on wages in the advanced industrial countries. Workers in the advanced industrial countries naturally ask the question, how will lower wages, how will weaker job protections that are being brought about as a result of globalization make us better off? Now, of course, there are many other forces that are affecting the distribution of income, wages, of unskilled workers. Technology has put higher premium on skills, and those without the skills, as a result, are not doing as well as those with the skills. Citizens can't do anything about the march of technology, but they do feel they can do something about globalization. And that is one of the reasons why globalization has become such a debated topic, such a source of concern. Instability, global financial market instability, is another major cause of poverty. When capital rushes into a country, to a developing country, the country grows a little bit faster. But when it rushes out, the country goes into recession, depression, jobs are lost. In the case of Argentina, when money rushed out of the country, the unemployment rate shot up over 20%. I described before how in the case of Indonesia and the central island of Java, unemployment probably exceeded 40%. With unemployment of this magnitude, no wonder there is such poverty. The effects are long-lasting. In poor developing countries, people don't even have money to feed their children, to pay for the minimal school fees that they have to pay to buy books. Children suffer from malnutrition, their education gets interrupted. A whole generation is scarred. So we have to do something to make a fair trade agreement. We have to do something to improve stability of global financial flows. I've talked about that in other discussions. Today I want to focus on a third problem, the problem of debt. Many developing countries are having their growth stymied by the burden of debt. In fact, for the developing countries as a whole, so great is the burden of debt that in some years the flow of money from poor countries to the rich is greater than the flow of money from the rich to the poor. Just the opposite of what it should be. They are spending so much money paying back the debt that their growth is being hampered. How did this debt come about? Well, every loan requires both a borrower and a lender. Sometimes people put their focus on the borrower. They say the borrower was profligate. But since loans are all voluntary, the lender is as much to blame in many of these cases as the borrower. Yes, the borrowers may have overborrowed, but the lender overlent. It's easy to understand why desperately poor countries would borrow whatever anybody would lend them. They see their current poverty. They hope that in the future they will be better. And if somebody lends them money, especially at low interest rates, they take the offer. Of course, political problems add to that. The current government has this economy better off, and the loan will be repaid by some future government. That's their problem. But too often, overzealous banks have contributed to the difficulties. When the economy is going strong, when resources prices are high, Western banks are willing to lend money, for instance, to the countries with large amounts of resources. They say, take our money, you'll grow even faster. And to these people, again, it's hard to turn down the money. But then as soon as the economy goes down, as soon as the resource prices fall, the lenders demand the money back. General principle, bankers like to lend to people who don't need the money. And as they demand the money back, the economy goes down. So the bankers have actually contributed to the volatility in these natural resource economies. When there's a boom, they give them more money and the boom gets even stronger. But when things get weaker, they demand their money back, making the economic downturn even deeper. A special source of concern is a category of lending called odious debts. Poor countries with dictators have borrowed money, and much of that money has gone to sustain the dictators in power and to enrich them personally. The most famous example of that was in Congo. Western governments were lending money to Mobutu in the Congo, not because they thought the money would promote Congo's development, but because they wanted to buy Mobutu's favor. In the Cold War, they wanted Mobutu to be allied to the West rather than to Russia, and they were willing to bribe him to do that. They knew, or at least they should have known, that the money that they were sending to him was going straight out for the country into Swiss and other bank accounts, secret bank accounts, protection in case he was overthrown, to ensure that he had a high standard of living. Nigeria, for 25 years, has been ravished by a large number of military dictators. In a period, $250 billion of oil was produced. But the income of the country, per capita income, fell. And much of the money went into European banks, sent by the dictators as a safe haven. And meanwhile, Nigeria continued to borrow, so that when they finally got an elected government, this country that had had $250 billion of oil revenues was $30 billion in debt. A debt which the current government had to repay. The case of Ethiopia was perhaps even more dramatic. In that case, money was borrowed by one of the most oppressive regimes ever to exist. It was called the Terror, the Red Terror, and he used to let the bodies that he killed on the streets as a warning to those who might oppose him. And he borrowed money to buy these arms, to maintain himself in office. But then the successor government that overthrew him had to pay back these debts. In other words, they were paying for the very arms that had killed their own colleagues. Now, when countries face these kinds of debts, it's understandable why there's a certain resentment by the people in the country. Why should we pay these debts? These debts that didn't enrich our country and in fact led us to even suffer. My view is quite strongly that there needs to be more debt forgiveness. And there especially needs to be forgiveness in the area of these odious debts. And there has been some progress. There was some debt forgiveness in the case of Ethiopia. There was some debt forgiveness in the case of Nigeria. But there needs to be much more. Without debt forgiveness, growth cannot be resumed. And without resumption of growth, strong growth, the problems of attacking poverty cannot go on. So the question is, how do we prevent this problem from arising in the future? Yes, we need more debt forgiveness. But many of the critics say debt forgiveness will just lead there to be more debt another debt problem in the future? Well, we need to think about this in several different ways, and different components, different parts of the debt. For some of the poorest countries of the world, they will inevitably borrow whatever is lent to them. For these countries, we need to switch the form of assistance from loans to grants. They're poor today, but they'll be poor tomorrow. And the focus of the debt should be in the focus of the assistance should be in the form of grants rather than loans, which they will find difficult to repay in the future. The second category of loans are these odious loans. In this case, we want to make sure that in the future people don't lend to these oppressive dictators. So there should be a basic understanding among the countries of the world that if you lend to one of these countries with its oppressive dictators, countries do not have the obligation to repay. There should be some framework of automatic debt forgiveness for these odious debts. This would actually have a double benefit, because lenders would be less willing to lend knowing that they would be at risk of not being repaid. And so it would reduce the flow of money to these dictators and make it less easy for them to remain in power. There are other sets of debts that, for middle-income countries, that are more complicated. Countries like Argentina. Argentina faced a major debt crisis at the beginning of this century. The costs were enormous. Question is, how did that come about, and what should have been done? Well, the way it came about was that Argentina was rated very highly by international lenders and by the IMF after 1990, when it changed its economic policies and adopted the policies that they had recommended. It became the A+ student of the IMF. And as its ratings were so strong, international lenders, financial banks were willing to lend it enormous amounts of money. At the same time, it privatized its valuable national assets, telephone company and other water company, other assets. But rather than reinvesting, too much of that money was spent on consumption. And the consumption boom led to GDP numbers that made the economy look like it was very strong. And so the combination of the A+ rating from the IMF and the boom fueled by privatization led money to flow into the country. But if you looked at the balance sheet, it was clear the country was not actually getting better and better, stronger and stronger. And when a crisis hit Mexico in late 94, early 95, attitudes towards lending towards Latin America changed. Money started flowing out, and Argentina faced an economic downturn. It had a peculiar exchange rate policy where its exchange rate was fixed to the dollar. This was a policy that was instituted to help bring down the very rampant inflation that faced the country in the late 1980s, and it worked. But the volatility of the international economy is such that fixed exchange rate systems in general don't work. They can work for a little while, but then you need to move off. They should have learned the lesson of 1994-95, the enormous increase in instability, the enormous increase in unemployment that Argentina faced, and said, we barely made it through that. If we have another global crisis, it won't work. They reached the wrong conclusion. They said since we could survive that crisis, we could survive anything. But in fact, they had not fully appreciated what globalization had done to the world. It had resulted in an enormous amount of global financial instability. And in 1997, the world faced the East Asia crisis, and then in 1998, the global financial crisis. As that hit Argentina, global interest rates soared. Even though Argentina was at that point graded the A+ student, it too had to face rising interest rates. As the economy slowed down, the IMF responded and said, you have to tighten fiscal and monetary policy, raise interest rates, cut back expenditures, raise taxes. IMF was influential because Argentina needed the money in order to continue going, to pay the interest on the debt that was owed, or service the debt. And the IMF said that if you want to borrow money from us, you have to do what we tell you. These are the conditions that you have to satisfy. Now the problem was that these conditions that the IMF imposed were exactly the opposite of what economists have said is the right thing to do in their textbooks for decades, since Keynes. As it turned out, these textbooks don't have to be rewritten. They were right. Their predictions, unfortunately, came out to be true. Argentina's economy weakened further and further until finally they faced a crisis. Other policies, the IMF and Washington consensus policies that have been foisted on the country, and which many in the country actually thought were the right policies, contributed to the problem. They privatized Social Security. When you privatize Social Security, your obligations to pay your old age people continue. The source of revenues going in was reduced. And that contributed to the deficit. One of the arguments in the United States when we had a debate about privatization of Social Security, one of the arguments against privatization is that even partial privatization would have resulted in the first 10 years in a deficit, an increase in the deficit of over $1 trillion. Argentina did not have that robust debate where they fully realized the consequences of Social Security privatization. And while the IMF roundly criticized Argentina for fiscal irresponsibility because of its huge deficit, its deficit at the time of the crisis is only around 3% of GDP. And almost all of that deficit was a result of privatization of Social Security. Had they not privatized Social Security, they would have had a very small deficit. Other policies made things even worse. They had been encouraged to privatize their utilities, water, electricity. But in that privatization, they were encouraged to link the prices to those in the United States. This was argued that this would give investors more security. But with prices linked to the United States, Argentina became less and less competitive. Prices of utilities rose relative to other prices in Argentina. So a whole array of mistakes in which the international community, the IMF, played a very important role, contributed to Argentina's problems. Yes, corruption on the part of the president played a role. But even here, the ambiguous role of the IMF should be clear. The IMF brought the President Menem before the annual meeting of the IMF and paraded him before that as a paragon of virtue of what countries should be doing and what leaders should be doing. And as they gave him this seal of approval, more money flowed into the country. The result of all of this is that Argentina faced this enormous crisis. It couldn't pay back the enormous amounts that were owed. The economy was in recession. And finally, it defaulted on its debt, and broke the peg with the dollar. Unfortunately, there was no systematic way to deal with debt. Inside the United States, inside Western European countries, there are systematic procedures for bankruptcy. It used to be that bankruptcy was handled in what we today view as a very inhumane way. Charles Dickens wrote a number of novels about what conditions were like in the debtor prisons. He used to put people in prison if they couldn't pay back their debt. But of course, it didn't help them repay the debt. You couldn't earn money when you were in prison, but it was viewed that this was an important incentive so that people would repay their debt, or their families would come and repay the debt for their relatives. We no longer have debtor prisons. We have a systematic way for individuals who have excess debt, who can't repay the debt, can discharge their debt, can get a fresh start. At the international level, we don't. At the international level, we also used to have some very inhumane, we would today view as a very inhumane way of dealing with the problem. It used to be that you would send armies in. Mexico faced a debt problem in the middle of the 19th century. European governments, particularly France, invaded Mexico and set up Maximilian as the new emperor of Mexico. It didn't work for Mexico, and he was shortly thereafter thrown out. Egypt was taken over when it couldn't pay its debt. In Latin America, there have been a raft of cases of this kind. Venezuela was attacked in 1902 by a number of European powers when it couldn't pay back its debt. At that point, interestingly, the foreign minister of Argentina, Drago, said, "You can't do this. It should not be acceptable under international law, that a country's sovereignty should not be compromised by its inability to repay the debt. The lender should know that this is one of the risks of lending to sovereign countries." Today, we all accept what is called the Drago Doctrine and recognize that you can't invade a country simply because it has refused to repay its debt. But the worry is that we use economic pressure with almost the same effect. Well, then, in the case of Argentina, something happened. It refused to repay the debt. It started negotiating with its creditors. It offered them 25 cents, 30 cents on the dollar. They refused. There's a long period of negotiation, and eventually an agreement was reached. It took, however, several years. Remarkably, in this period, it started to grow. It grew, I believe, not in spite of not having an agreement with the IMF, not in spite of not having an agreement with the debtors and repaying them, but to a large extent because of that. Without the IMF, they were no longer forced to have these contractionary policies that had so depressed their economy. They didn't have to send all their money abroad, which again had depressed their economy. Their growth had been, in the last 3 years, truly impressive, growing at 8-9% per year. Of course, they were growing from a very low level, and even today they are just barely getting back to where they were at the beginning of the crisis. They had said at the beginning that they wanted a new deal with the IMF, but they recognized that no deal was better than a bad deal, and that a deal that required them to send their money back to comply with the conditions that the IMF imposed, send their money out of their country, weaken them, not strengthen them. They saw what had happened a few years earlier in the case of Russia, where Russia reached an agreement with the IMF, and the money from the IMF simply went from Washington to Washington. The Russian money that was lent by the IMF to Russia went back to pay the international lenders. The IMF almost boasted of this, said at least the money wasn't being misspent in corruption. But the question that Argentina asked is, how is this going to help our country? Obviously, if money just goes in Washington, it's not going to have any effect on the people in Buenos Aires and in Argentina. But if, in addition to that, conditions were imposed in Argentina that forced it to follow policies that would depress the economy, then Argentina was a net loser. And so the president of Argentina stood strong and firm and succeeded eventually in getting an agreement with the creditors, and meanwhile the economy managed to grow. Now, some people say that this shows the current arrangements work. We don't need a way of systematically dealing with bankruptcy. But I think just the contrary. What Argentina showed that you need an enormous amount of resolve, forcefulness, and confidence to be able to stand up to international institutions and international creditors and do what Argentina did. Most countries have neither the confidence in themselves or the strength to go ahead and do it. And a long, protracted bargaining process has enormous costs. No country leaves the relationship between creditors and debtors within their country merely to a matter of bargaining. There are bankruptcy laws, bankruptcy courts, to deal with this very difficult situation that arises, an unpleasant situation which arises when somebody who's borrowed money can't repay it. And we need an international mechanism for dealing with this situation at the international level. There is, in fact, broad agreement about this idea. Even the IMF has recognized it. Unfortunately, the Bush administration in the United States has put a major roadblock. And one of the aspects of the democratic deficit in globalization is that the United States has an effective veto power. It says, we don't need another bankruptcy regime. All we need to do is make a slight change into the contracts, debt contracts, what are called collective action clauses. Collective action clauses to make sure that no single creditor can hold up all the other creditors for ransom. Yes, those collective action clauses are important, but they will not suffice. The UK has collective action clauses in most of its debt contracts, and yet it still needs and has an effective bankruptcy law. Designing an appropriate bankruptcy law is not easy. One has to balance debtor interest and creditor interest, and it's part of the political process by which that is done. But in my mind, what is clear is that we do need a new framework for dealing with these debts. The unfortunate situation when countries find themselves unable to pay what they owe. Most importantly, going forward, we have to work to try to prevent countries from getting so much into debt that they can't repay. For the poorest countries, the answer I described before. Money given to these countries in assistance should be more in the form of grants, less in the form of loans. For the middle-income countries, the problems are more complex. I described earlier that one of the reasons the problems have become as great as they have is that poor countries are forced to bear the risk of international volatility. They borrow in dollars, and they often borrow short-term, so that when interest rates vary or exchange rate vary, they are left to bear the burden. We need to try to create mechanisms that allow these countries to borrow in their own currencies or in currencies of countries related to them. There is actually an initiative of this kind going on in Asia, creating called an Asia Bond Fund, where the countries of Asia could borrow in their own currencies or in related currencies that will make them less vulnerable to exchange rate variations between the dollar, the euro, and their own currencies. That would be a step in the right direction. The most important step in the right direction, of course, is for these countries not to borrow as much as they borrowed in the past. Asia managed in the past to avoid the problem by having high savings rates. And in fact, it was only after the U.S. Treasury and the IMF and international community encouraged these countries to open up their capital markets that they actually began to borrow significant amounts abroad, and they became vulnerable. They didn't really need to borrow when they were already saving 25, 30, 35, 40% of GDP. And the irony was that at the same time they were borrowing, they were lending. But they were lending and borrowing in a way that left them exposed to the risk of this international volatility. The volatility of international lenders who might all of a sudden decide that they don't want to put their money in the country. So we have to recognize that inevitably there will be a lot of instability and vagaries in international financial markets, and the developing countries need to rely more on themselves and increase their savings rates and be much more cautious in borrowing, especially borrowing in currencies of dollars, euros, and other foreign currencies, unless we find a better way of stabilizing exchange rates, which no one so far has figured out. These are some of the things that countries can do, that the international community can do, to reduce the burden of debt and to make sure that it won't recur in the future. This would be an important step in reducing the poverty in the developing world. But it is, as I say, only one of a raft of things that need to be done to improve the well-being of the poorest countries of the world. I think that we can think about this in a broad way of that we need to increase their opportunities, we need to increase their resources, and we need to increase their ability to use these opportunities and resources. Of course, the responsibility of using the opportunities and resources lies basically with the countries themselves. Good governments will be able to do it better. But the advanced industrial countries can help. Too often they have actually undermined the ability of the developing countries to deal with the problems. They've undermined democracy, they've contributed to the corruption. People often talk about bribery, but every bribe has two sides. There's a briber and the bribee. And unfortunately, too often the briber is from the advanced industrial countries. There's been progress. The United States passed what is called a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and then through the OECD, this was brought into all the advanced industrial countries. I was actually representing the United States at one of the critical ministerial meetings where this was negotiated. Unfortunately, there have been too few prosecutions under this anti-bribery legislation. And so cases still continue. And it's often extremely difficult to even detect it. Another problem It's well widely recognized as secret bank accounts. They play a vital role in facilitating corruption. Back in 1997, when East Asia went into crisis, the IMF, the United States, talked about transparency. They said, you have to make things more open, more transparent. And after a number of months of discussion, countries of East Asia came back and said, well, yes, we agree, but in order to trace all the flows of money in and out of our country, we have to know something about these secret bank accounts, these offshore banking centers, the Cayman Islands and other places. Why are people banking in the Cayman Islands? Not because the climate there is particularly good for banking, not because it's a great location for banking, but because they can, by banking there, can circumvent the kinds of regulations that Europe and the United States have broadly put into effect. It's not an accident that these institutions exist. They could be stopped, but they are deliberately there as a way for wealthy individuals to avoid taxation, to avoid the regulations, corporations to avoid the taxations and regulations. The advanced industrial countries, to the OECD, put forward a proposal to reduce bank secrecy, not to eliminate it, but to circumscribe its scope. Almost all the countries except the United States agreed to it. That was in August 2001. The United States said, well, this is an important part of competition, even though a little bit earlier it had talked about the importance of transparency. But in September 2001, they recognized that bank secrecy could not only be used for tax evasion, corruption, but also to fund terrorists. And since then, they have shown that you can actually stop, control the flows of funds. You can control the funds for terrorists. What they need to do now is broaden the ambit of this to include money that is involved in corruption and tax evasion, which are costly to all countries, but particularly to developing countries. The net flow of funds from Africa and to many of these countries is out, and much of the money is going out of the country is corrupt money. And so by breaking down this bank secrecy, opening it up to scrutiny, you would put a powerful force to discourage the kind of corruption and bribery that has too often existed in the developing countries. There are other things that need to be done. One of the important forces impeding development in many areas of the developing world is conflict. Conflict is fed by arms. The scope of conflict is very limited if they didn't have so many arms. But unfortunately, arms sellers make a good profit out of selling the arms, even though the cost to the countries on the other side is enormous. There needs to be a restriction on these arms sales. They should be stopped or at the very least taxed. Economists talk about this as an externality, a cost imposed by one party on others. This is something that the advanced industrial countries could easily do and would be of enormous benefit to the developing world. These are some of the ways that the advanced industrial countries could contribute to strengthen democratic governance, strengthen the capacity of developing countries to take advantage of the opportunities that are being afforded and to use the resources. A second part of the agenda is to make sure that there are more resources. I talked before about the importance of changing the way that aid is given, moving away from loans and making more of the assistance in the form of grants. But there also needs to be much more assistance. The countries of the world got together a couple years ago and agreed in Monterrey, Mexico, to commit themselves to provide 0.7% of GDP to help the developing countries. It's not a lot of money, but it would make an enormous difference. And the developing countries have shown that they know how to use that aid for education, for health, for providing infrastructure, a host of needs that ways in which this money could be well used. Unfortunately, only a few countries have lived up to that commitment. The United States, the world's largest, richest country, is providing only about 1/5 of the amount that was pledged. The United States can clearly afford it. Today, it is spending more every year on Iraq, the war of such devastation, than the whole world is spending on foreign assistance. So there's not a question of an ability to afford. If you can spend so much on death and destruction, clearly the United States can spend on creating new opportunities, doing something about the fertile feeding grounds on which terrorism feeds. Another way in which more resources could be given to the developing countries is to make sure that they get paid fairly and fully for their valuable resources. I described before how this paradox of plenty, the resource curse, the fact that the countries with large endowments of resources too often do not do very well. Part of that has to do with the corruption, the bribery, the attempt of foreign companies to be able to get these resources at below market prices, that you can buy them more cheaply if you pay a government official than if you pay full prices. More transparency would expose this kind of corruption. Transparency that ensured that the oil and mineral companies disclosed how much they paid to the government, how much they were paying for the resources that they were obtaining, what their costs were, would enable developing countries and their citizens to ascertain whether they're getting a fair deal, whether something untoward going on. So this could make a very big difference. If they were getting paid fully for their resources, they would have, I believe, enormously more resources which they could use to enhance their development and growth. There are too many winners from globalization for us simply to walk away. But there are too many losers for us to continue with the status quo. There will have to be changes. I believe we can use the forces of the market, the forces of globalization, to provide incentives to make globalization work better. I described how we can use the forces of the market and the forces of globalization in ways that will provide better incentives for the use of the environment. We can give incentives for the United States to restrict its emissions of greenhouse gases. We can provide incentives for the developing countries to maintain their forests. So globalization and markets can provide incentives to make globalization work. We've learned these lessons in managing the market economy over the last 150 years. We've learned how to temper the problems of the market economy. We've learned how to make sure that the market economy's benefits go not just to a few people at the top, but are enjoyed broadly by society as a whole. We've learned that we have to regulate markets. There's an important role of government providing safety nets, an important role of government in supporting research and developing new ideas, education, and a whole variety of areas. We've striven to get a balance between the role of the market and the government. These lessons now need to be extended to the way we run the global economy. We have a global society in which we become more interdependent. But we yet don't have a global system of dealing with the political consequences. And it is this gap between economic globalization and political globalization that is at the core of so many of the problems that we see with globalization today. I believe that not only is another world possible, I believe another world is necessary. I know that economically, this other world is possible. I know that on the basis of economics, we can make globalization work. The issue today is one of politics. Can we use the forces of democracy? Can we close the democratic deficit? Can we narrow the gap between economic globalization and political globalization? If we can, then I believe that we can reshape globalization. We can make globalization work, not only for the rich and the richest countries of the world, but for the poor and the rich in the developed and the developing countries alike.